Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is MDVD TV, open from political discussion show. A show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, Raila Odinga, the leader of Azimio, launches out momentum for Kakunji 7th, a rally that is called to discuss the future and the destiny of the four commissioners as the William Ruto administration is puts up spirited effort to see to it that these four commissioners are removed from office and probably create room for a new construction of IEBC in terms of getting new commissioners all together. What do you think? Raila Odinga has played a politics of masses, and they seem to be reverting to the masses in order to deal with the excesses of the President Ruto's decisions. And so far, he says the first 100 days of the Ruto administration are not looking good. It is a reverting back to the old dictatorship that was here under Moi that they fought successfully, and therefore he says they are back there and they will not see the country go back to where it had been snatched from through the second liberation. I don't know what your views are on the same. And the by-elections are around the corner, and the home stretch is on, but there is confusion. It is reported that the prime what is he called? Prime cabinet secretary, Bwana Musalia Mudavadi, is campaigning against UDA in Western Kenya. He said, don't vote UDA, you rather vote ODM than vote UDA because UDA is not our party. I don't know what you feel and think about the same. Naomba wote karibu katika kipindi cha leo. Tunapoanza mjadala wa leo, naomba tu tukamakinike, hakikisha kwamba nakaribisha wote katika kipindi cha leo tunapoangazia masuala haya. Kamkunji tarehe 7 ndio hiyo inakuja kwa fujo, na baba ameanza haya, anasema lazima mabadiliko yatendeke na kuna kuketi kuona kama udikteta unarejeshwa katika nchi hii. Sijui unasemaje masuala haya. Samahani jana sikuweza kufika kwa sababu shughuli zimekuwa mingi, na niko na swala lingine ambalo nashughulia nalo na mgonjwa ambaye akizidiwa kunakuwa na shida fulani, so ilishindikana jana, so ikabidi nisalimu amri nisionekane, lakini nashukuru niko hapa. Tuendelee mbele na mjadala wa leo. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. Click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space and we will get talking. It is important that we talk as Kenyans and be able to determine the future of our country. We cannot leave it at the mercy of one person or two people that may wish to get things done their way other than the right way. As much as we would wish to be at peace with everyone as it is required, there is a limit to how much we can be pushed and what we can take and what we cannot take. So wherever you are joining us from, let's ensure that we do the right thing and lead this country in the right direction. Karibu sana, tuendelee kwa pamoja, makinika katika masuala haya. Hakikisha kwamba unafanya yale ambayo unapaswa kuyafanya ili inji ikasimame vizuri na kusikue na shida. Okay, so keep inviting somebody and get right here. Let's get talking. I'm working on my power, seems to be failing, so let me get that fixed in the meantime. I'll need to play a video or something. Okay, thank you. All right. Un moment. Okay, welcome everyone. Thank you. Sorry for that. Got a mix up. So let's this usiachwe nyuma. Siasa ndio hizo, alafu injini yetu, wajibu ni wetu, lazima tuwajibike kutekeleza yale ambayo tunapaswa kuyatekeleza ili tusiachwe nyuma. Okay.
Raila could not sit in the hearings, and how then does that serve the interests of the people you represent?
You see, Sam, I would say that is the decision of the members of the JLAC, right? And our members and members of parliament are informed by their own thinking on how or what they see. Let me tell you, Sam, let us not beat about the bush. It's already been decided by KK that these commissioners must go.
You mean Kenya Kwanza?
Yes.
That?
Done. Decided they must go. If you look at even the language outside parliament, rogue, or this, it's already a decision. It's already a decision that these are not good people. They must go. So the script has been done, properly prepared. Although John says that, you know, why are these people who are now as Azimio in the committee, why are they colluding maybe with the legal team of the other side? But this petition must be interpreted as Kenya Kwanza petitions. It's true.
How so? They
have already
very individual names of.
If you just for purposes of people seeing that they are individuals, but it's not. Look at the language. I wish you had then played even what other leaders are saying outside parliament. The decision has been made. There is no need then to take a cow from where I come from or a goat to a court where hyena is the presiding officer. That case is decided.
So let me ask Honorable Singh, if some Kenyans have a problem with commissioners of whichever commission, what are they supposed to do? I'm
even told, which a matter we will interrogate tomorrow in Parliament. I'm even told that there's other petitions which were not presented to the House. They only ended up in the clerk's office. And that will really bring disrepute if it is true, those claims. And I'm told that those people who made the petitions have already presented their issues in court. I'm not sure, but I've read in dailies, right?
The petition against
yes, I read about that in the social media. And if it is true that it is in clerk's office, not transmitted to Parliament, then you don't need to talk next. So I think, Sam, we have a problem. And even by those members leaving the committee, it makes the committee lack legitimacy. They should have stopped. And we go back to say, then what happens? Because one side of the coalition cannot then proceed with the other side when the other side have left. And I will tell you this, the larger perspective is this. First, as I said, the decision has been made, this commissioner must go. So let us sanitize the process. Number two, the most unfortunate part We have gone a wrong route, Sam. In fact, the Kenya Kwanza government was enjoying a lot of goodwill from the National Assembly, both sides of the house. They were enjoying a lot of goodwill, even from the public. There are so many problems that Kenya Kwanza need to solve, not Herrera. There's no election tomorrow, Sam. You can agree with me, there's no election tomorrow. Election is 5 years.
But since, Honorable Kosing, since this is a decision that will be made by the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, then the plenary of the House, why won't your members participate?
You see, let me tell you something, that's why we are human beings. You can see the process that is already been contaminated. It's true. You don't need to, you don't need to legitimize a process already been made a decision. But that's what I'm saying, Sam. That's why I'm here. The larger thinking which I want to bring to the attention of the nation, we have gone the wrong way. And Kenya Kwanza, in my view, were enjoying a lot of goodwill in Parliament. Okay. I remember, Sam, when we were proceeding this issue of debate of, who is the leader of majority and minority. That was a very hot debate. We even came here. So when it was decided by the speaker like that, the leadership of coalition said, you guys, please let us allow the country.
In the committee, we did not agree on this timetable, but you used some words.
Sorry, Honorable Kosing, carry on.
So, even that's what I'm saying, the goodwill, which now Kenya Kwanza is throwing out of the window. The leadership of Azimio told us, you guys, let us not even proceed to court to ask who is the leader of majority and minority. This is our country. Let you people take your positions as in the minority side. We are serving the same government. Let us proceed and give this government an opportunity to be able to help our country. There are many problems. Number one, they need to deal with us last fund.
No,
mambo ni kama hayo. Nawashukuru kila mmoja kwa kujumuika nasi katika kipindi cha leo tunapoangazia Raila Odinga arejelea na Kenya kujadili swala la makomishona wa IEBC ambao Kenya Kwanza inapanga mikakati ya kuwatimua. Mambo yote yashakwenda, komiti ya parliament ishapitisha ikapendekeza kwamba jopo halisi litengenezwe maalum litengenezwe ambalo lishakula kiapo tayari kusikiliza madai ambayo yamesemwa kinyume na hawa 4 commissioners. Pia commissioner mmoja Justus ashajiuzulu, kwa hivyo wamebaki watatu. Baba amesema yeye anataka Wakenya waamue masuala ya hawa commissioners kwa sababu kulingana na kesi inayoletwa ni Chebukati aliyetajwa kuwa yeye ndiye alikuwa anavunja sheria. Sasa mbona tena kesi inabadilishwa kwamba hawa commissioners watolewe? So anasema Kamukunji tarehe 7 tuende kujadili masuala haya kwa kina. Kisha pia kuna by elections ambazo zinakuja tarehe 5 mwezi wa kwanza Januari, ambazo zimeleta joto kiasi ambako sasa wana Kenya Kwanza wameanza kukampeni kinyume na wenzao, huku Mudavadi akisema kama mtaki kuchagua chama kingine msichague UDA, afadhali mchague ODM. Ni nini kinachoendelea katika Kenya Kwanza? Mbona sasa siasa imebadilika kwamba they are fighting among themselves? Does this mean that Kenya Kwanza is on its rocking experience, or what is happening? Welcome everyone. I really salute all of you for your faithful continued support and followership. Apologies for yesterday. I trust you are all well wherever you are. Thank you so much to be here and to continue following what needs to be done. Kuna matangazo mengine hapa ambayo siyaelewi lakini tutayashughulikia. Okay, we will get a video as we proceed with the conversation. Kuna Kenya Defense Forces, hi to you, thank you so much. Kuna Trufosa Lai, thank you so much. Grace Kialos, Kajibwami, karibu sana. Kuna Wina Nyango, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu? Mary Wainaina mama wetu, karibu sana. Thank you so much. This is the day the Lord has promised. Amen. Margaret, thank you so much. Kunakin be general, thank you so much. Daydreaming, this won't have a handshake. Nobody's looking for a handshake, and if you so think that handshake will stop this, then you are mistaken, because the issue is not about the handshake. The issue is about justice being served to Kenyans equally. Rhoda, thank you so much. Kuna Dennis Ondiek, hi to you. Everyone, the day is coming. The day is Wednesday on the 7th of December at Kamkunji. We must attend. Bas kama tarehe tutakuwa hapo. Gitonga, karibu sana. Kuna Faiza Fadhila, karibu kwa show. Fabian Adriano, asante sana. Kivivi tena. Sawa. Father Darius, hi to you. Thank you so much. No volume. Kweli? Hakuna sauti? There has been a challenge with my mic. Let me just see how I can sort that out. I don't know what's happening with my mic. Okay, so no sound. Let's just listen out to this as we sort out the sound manenos.
In the best way possible. And Mr. Speaker, if there was reason for me to resign, I would not spend 1 day or 1 minute waiting.
Bonnie Harare has not been able to contribute and table facts here before the House because he's being interrupted, Mr. Speaker.
But those who supported the motion argued that those who opposed it were voting for corruption.
And if he thinks he's competent, Mr. Speaker, where is the maize? Mr. Speaker, if he's competent, where is the cheap maize that was supposed to be sold to poor Kenyans?
The mover of the motion, Dr. Bonnie Khalwale, ran into trouble after tabling newspaper cuttings that were declared by the speakers being unacceptable on the floor of the House. Among Khalwale's allegations against Ruto were irregular appointments to the National Cereals and Produce Board, allowing middlemen to drain the strategic grain reserve, and single sourcing in tendering, and failure to observe the Public Officer Ethics Act.
Has resigned as a commissioner of the electoral body IEBC. Nyang'aya threw in the towel hours after President William Ruto suspended him, alongside IEBC Vice Chairperson Juliana Cherera and Commissioners Irene Masit and Francis Wanderi, and established a tribunal to investigate them for gross violation of the Constitution. The 5-member tribunal, chaired by Court of Appeal Judge Agri Muchelule, was sworn in by Chief Justice Martha Koome, and its primary assignment is to determine the fate of Cherera, Masit, and Wanderi, with binding recommendations to the President. And as Francis Kashuri reports, Cherera and the 2 commissioners have the option of facing the tribunal to clear their names, challenge the process in court, or follow in Nyang'aya's footsteps.
Exactly 456 days from the date he assumed office as a member of the country's election management body IEBC, Justice Nyang'aya has bowed to pressure and resigned. Nyang'aya, who was sworn in on 2nd of September 2021, alongside Juliana Cherera, Irene and Wanderi, tendered his resignation letter to President William Ruto through Head of Public Service Felix Kosgei, hours after the Head of State suspended the 4 embattled commissioners, dubbed the Cherera 4. Nyang'aya, in the letter, said his decision came after weeks of soul-searching and prayers. While defending his short stint at Anniversary Towers, Nyang'aya said these actions, though taken in good faith, had been misconstrued. And Legal Affairs Commissions filed by the Republican the committee report and invest the 4 commissioners.
For a moment before we conclude.
Hours later, Kibet Kirui and Irene Choe will be the tribunal secretaries with Peter Murage as the lead counsel.
Impartially and to the best of my ability.
The tribunal was sworn in by Chief Justice Martha Koome hours after the president established it.
This is a heavy responsibility, and we have agreed that we are going to do our utmost best to
declared William Ruto. They claimed the process of verifying presidential election results was clouded with mystery and disowned the poll outcome. The argument
one that is constituted under Article 251 of the people who are before you have human rights, therefore they must be treated with dignity, and justice at the end of the day must be upheld.
With Nyangaya's exit, the tribunal's key assignment is to probe allegations of gross misconduct leveled against the 3 commissioners, prepare fit
and as fair as it can be.
In line with Article 251 sub-Article 7 of the Constitution, Cherera must sit
there was a challenge with sound. Please, I don't know what's happening. I think they're short, but I think we'll pull through. So let's stick in there. Work hard to see to it that audio yangu inaingia ama kuna mushkili mahali. Kuna mambo mengi tu hapa, sijui kunaendaje. Kindly confirm. All right. Thank you everyone. Oh my God.
mengi haendi sawa sawa. Simeona sasa serikali vile wameunda serikali. Simeona wanaweka kati ya wale kwanza wamefukuza wale ambao walikuwa katibu wa kutenda kazi, yani principal secretaries. Principal secretaries are civil servants ambaye hatakikani serikali ikibadilika ati wanafutwa kazi. Wamefuta principal secretaries wote, karibu wote kazi. Alafu ya naajiri na naajiri. Sasa katika hiyo kazi ya civil servant, permanent principal secretaries, ametoa watu wote, ameleta watu wengine na mingi yote ameleta tena. Unaweza kuweka principal secretary 51 na hakuna hata Mkisii moja huku, hakuna hata Wakisii si wa Kenya, Wakisii si wa Kenya. Ile vile yeye ameajiri watu, ametoa ubaguzi kubwa zaidi, ametumia ukabila, tena ameonyesha sura mbaya ya ukabila, kutenganisha makabila zingine. Hiyo si tunapinga hiyo? Si tunapinga hiyo? Sivyo? Tena sasa yeye amesema mnataka GMO. Mnataka GMO. Wangapi wamekataa GMO? Nione mkono hapa. Umeona hawa? Alafu yeye anasema ati analeta bei ya mbolea chini. Mbolea amepewa bure, anauza shilingi 3,500 kwa gunia. Je, hiyo sio ni bandia hiyo? Sio ni ubahili hiyo? Sasa sisi tumesema si nini? Kwa hivyo sisi tuko na hasira. Sasa yeye ameenda pale analemea wale nini? Wale commissioners 4. Wale commissioners 4 walisema ati wakubaliane na bwana Chebukati. Chebukati alitoka alfajiri saa 12 akaenda nyumbani kwake. Amekaa mpaka saa 9. Kurudi namna hii anasema yeye ako na matokeo. Wale wakamuuliza, hii matokeo umepata wapi? Anasema ofisa yangu amepiga hesabu. Hiyo hesabu ametoa wapi? Amekataa. Wakamwambia kwanza tuketi chini kama commission tujashauriane. Akasema hapana, naenda kutangaza. Unajua hiyo? Mwenye makosa ni nani? Mwenye makosa ni nani? Hata mahakama ilisema bwana Chebukati alifanya makosa. Sivyo? Sasa Chebukati anawachiliwa, wale 4 ambao walitetea haki ya Wakenya ndio sasa wanatolewa. Mnakubaliana hiyo? Mnakubaliana hiyo? Ndio sababu tumesema kuna mambo mengi ambayo zinaenda mbaya. Mimi nilikuwa kwa wakati mambo ilienda kwenda mbaya ile nyingine. Niliona wakati kina Nyayo walianza kubadilisha sheria na katiba. Mwisho ikafika wakati ambao wakasema ngwe ndani. Ngwe ndani. Ukisema mtukufu iko wapi, nasema juu zaidi. Sio? Unashikwa kama ni huku ambaye nakwenda kunyolewa, pap unapeleka huku. Mimi nimeingizwa ndani mara ya kwanza, nimeingizwa ndani miaka 6. Ya pili mwaka 1. Ya 3 mwaka 1. Sasa ya ile nyingine ya 4 nikatoroka nikaenda ng'ambo. Ndio vizuri. Dalili ya udikteta tayari tumeona. Tumeona dalili ya udikteta hapa katika taifa letu. Watu wengi sasa wameanza kusema mtukufu rais. Tunasema hatutaki Kenya irudishwe kwa shida tena. Wakenya mpaka wasimame imara. Mko tayari vijana? mko tayari kusimama imara? Wangapi wako tayari kutetea uhuru wetu? Nione kwa mkono. Kwa hivyo halo, kwa hivyo mimi nasema tarehe 7 mbani siku ya Jumatano tunaenda Kamkunji. Tunaenda Kamkunji. Mtakuja Kamkunji? Mtakuja? Wangapi watakuja Kamkunji? Nione mkono hapa. Halafu tumesema kura ya hapa katika wadi hii ni kwa nani? Kwa nani? Kwa nani? Karani juu, sawa sawa? Karani juu. Karani juu. Wangapi watapiga kura bwana Karani? Nione kwa mkono tena. Azimio. 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 Asante sana, Mungu awabariki.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I trust you are able to get me now. If you can't, let me know. I don't know what's happening with my mics today, but I think we'll pull through. Thank you so much. Let's keep going. That is Baba addressing the masses there and calling for sobriety and justice for the commissioners who are being ousted out of office for refusing to sign what was questionable by the chairman of IBC, Jebukati, who was adversely mentioned in the Supreme Court, and even the Supreme Court judges had questions on why he was presiding over working on the leading the commission in that manner. No. I'm being told my volume is not good enough. Now, what do I do? Okay, let me see. Thank you. Check 1 2. Mic check. Sasa hii itabidi tucheze video throughout. Okay, just a moment. I think I should refresh the browser and then we get back. Sorry about everything. Okay, thank you so much. I hope that comes through. Confirm if you're able to get me now. Things are not, seem to be difficult for me today. Kama sauti imekuja, ebu saidie kujua. Are you able to get me? Thank you. I think now we can move on. I just want us to get into proper perspective. Kama inji inaongozwa vibaya, kuna sheria ambayo lazima ifuatwe, na mojawapo ya mambo ambayo constitution inapeana ni kwamba wananchi wasiporidhishwa na serikali ama uongozi, wana haki ya kudemonstrate, wana haki ya kupicket, wana haki ya kuparticipate in what is called civil disobedience. So hakuna kitu chochote ambacho ni makosa kinyume na maandamano ama kukutana kwa wananchi. Hiyo mambo yote imeshughulikiwa na constitution, and therefore we are all within the constitution framework as we agitate for the justice of all. Every Kenyan needs to have same treatment before the law, not some people being given special treatment while others are being mishandled and misused. And so if justice is to be served to the commissioners, let all commissioners be treated the same before the law, starting with Chebukati and the three, and then Cherera and the other commissioners. And information is out there that the first people to be petitioned at the parliament was not the Cherera and the other commissioners, but it was Chebukati and his two other commissioners. But the Kenya Kwanza, wherever speaker did what? Shelved the first petition against Chebukati and the team, but was in a hurry to execute this one that came later on. So we can see that Kenya Kwanza is out to mess up this country by treating different people differently. Look at the way Waititu is now appointed as head of which Nairobi River, wherever commission or whatever. So Waititu is indicted as a governor accused of abuse of office, and he was found guilty by the Senate and therefore was barred from public office until further notice. Why is it that Kenya Kwanza government finds it easy and necessary to appoint Waititu to head a commission when he's not supposed to serve in public office until his name is cleared from all allegations of abuse of office and corruption? Does it mean that Kenya Kwanza is a corrupt government and therefore it doesn't see anything wrong with corruption, and so it should be late to do their corrupt deals the way it wants? That's something that we need to look at keenly. And so as Kenyans begin to agitate for better leadership, I believe they are in the right to do the same. Okay. All this disregarding of the law, disregarding of the judgment and the conclusion of particular rulings against specific people is a telltale signs of dictatorship, that one person will be deciding where the country goes and nobody can challenge that particular person. Now, that is not the Kenya I want to be part of. I want to be in a Kenya of checks and balances. I want to be in a Kenya where the judiciary can challenge the executive and the parliament can challenge the executive and be able to stop the executive from doing something that is perceived to be out of order. And so as we get down to talking, please let us be objective. And then there are those who are narrow-minded, who are talking about the wherever tribes, others are talking about UDA and Azimio. We are talking about Kenya here. There is no Azimio Kenya, there is no UDA Kenya. There is only one Kenya. And if this Kenya is mismanaged, everybody suffers, whether you are UDA or whether you are Azimio. And so I want us to go beyond this Azimio Kenya Kwanza and get to the bottom of why is the country heading in the direction where it's heading. How much do we stand to gain in that particular aspect of the country being led? Because hii mambo yanapoanza hivi mnafikiria ni mchezo, aswa au millennial ambao hawakuwa hapa wakati wa Moi, ambapo kila kitu kilikuwa kinaamuliwa kokote kule. President Moi alikuwa na kufuta kazi, akitoka kanisani, akifika barabarani, aongozwe na Roho Mtakatifu ama roho chochote, kwamba wewe ustahili kuwa minister, kazi yako inaisha hapo. Kuna masuala ambayo yalikuwa yanafanyika, minister amepea, kwa mfano kuna minister alikuwa anakutana na ambassador wa US katika mkutano, wakakula lunch. Walipomaliza lunch, minister kuamka akakuta askari wameenda. Ameachwa peke yake kwa sababu kazi yake iliisha wakati alikuwa anakula lunch. So mnataka turudi hapo ambapo hauko sure na kazi yako, hauko sure na kesho yako, hauko sure na serikali itaenda wapi, kwa sababu mtu mmoja tu ndiye anafikiria akitekeleza mambo kama hayo. Tafadhali, let's get talking. Thank you everybody. I'm happy that we are all here. Glad to see my own bro, Stony PK. Karibu sana. We salute you. Thank you. Sister Rhoda is here. Asante sana. Naambiwa sauti yangu iko na mushkili, naendelea kuitatua polepole. Tafadhali naomba tusonge mbele. Lakini cha muhimu ni Wakenya wasimame imara. Tuache mchezo. Tukiacha inji itokomee, sisi ndio tutajilaumu baadaye. And we don't need to live a life of regretting. One of the things we can gain from the wisdom of Baba and the people who have lived through this country longer than all of us is to learn from their mistakes and correct them before they happen. When Baba says he was here when the country began to deviate and when Nyayo was amassing too much power and used it to mess up the lives of many Kenyans, we should believe him and heed to the warnings that he is giving, because he's able to see where the direction is going, and when that direction is bad, as an elder and as a father of this nation, he should be able to warn us. What we need to do as young people is to heed the warning, not to argue with the warning. So there are narrow-minded people here who think this is about Raila Odinga and the handshake. There is no handshake. We don't want handshake. We want justice. We want electoral justice. We want people to live in the country free, not careful of what to say, careful of where you go, careful of where you buy land. There are people, some people even in the diaspora, they want to buy land, but they will tell you specifically, don't buy in this direction. Don't look for me a plot in this direction. I want to buy near my village. Everybody is careful in this country because of the bad governance that we are being treated to. So everybody needs to awake to the fact that what injustice to one is injustice to all. And so don't do what what is bad for the country and think that you're going to be exempted. When GMO comes and begins to kill people, you will be on the list of those who die. So wengine wenu ambao who are cowards, who wants to go and clean carpet using their tongue because they are paying homage to their so-called revered leader, go ahead and do it, but don't ask Kenyans to do that. Kenya is a free country and we must live in that freedom. Thank you. Stony PK, mawili matatu tukisonga. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Bro Bernard na Sister Rhoda na kuona. It's great. We were getting frustrated that the sound was not working, but we are happy. Unajua tunaogopa iko sabotage njia zote, lakini hii, the true God will not allow this. Let me say, I'll begin by saying I'm so excited, I'm so happy. And for the true Christians, I think we should believe now the prayers are being answered, and it's a lesson that we should never ever think that God ametusahau. and we should not be yani tunakuwa na haraka nyingi kuliko Mungu. Mungu wa ukweli hatashindwa. And that's why I personally never gave up on this country. What happened at Bomas, nilisema tu something somewhere, Mungu hatatuacha. Of course we will go through baptism of fire, which is okay. That is our path. That is how we got into where we are now. That's how we got into this space now where Mutembei, Akina Stone PK, Akina Bernard, Akina Roda can talk very freely. It was not an easy road. And that is the road that Baba is telling people. And Bernard, I'm happy you are reminding the young ones. When your father tells you, huyu jirani si mzuri, it is not that anataka kucreate enmity. Anajua, he was there ahead of you. Akikuambia nimeangalia Stone PK usitembee na yeye. He knows because he was there ahead of you. Anybody who was ahead of you in this world na dakika moja, you are supposed to listen to, because hiyo dakika moja kile aliona hutajaona in your life. So Kenyans, we are so lucky that we have Baba alive, and God is going to strengthen Baba even more. I know there are people saying, oh, Baba amezeeka. My friend, God does his own miracles. God is the one who gives age. It's not a human being. Ati sasa Bernard is 20 years. Unafikiria hiyo ni miaka yako umejipatia. It's God who says you are this age. It's God, if you, those of you who know the Bible very well, Sarah, Ibrahim and all, these people used to live for years. Humanly, munaitanga sijui miaka 400, 500, 100. But because God is mysterious, true God is mysterious. You may think you are 90 years old, yeah, anafikiria uko 16 years, because he has a mission for you. God has a mission for this country called Kenya. And Kenya shall not perish. That one I know. Nobody will perish. Kenya, because we are true God-fearing. Yule God wa ukweli. Wacha sahi tumekuja kuovertakewa na shetani. You know, shetani akaingia, people thought, I was almost losing God. I mean, losing hope on true God. Because I was asking God, how can you allow this Bomas thing to happen? But now I've come to realize there is a reason for everything. Those who kept on singing, oh, Kenya Kwanza, UDA. Personally, I would talk to 10 people, 9 of them, huko Central, wanaongea UDA. Now, it is the other way around. You try to talk UDA in any place in Central. Unaambua Central, unaambua UDA hiyo ni ya Ruto. Sisi, the same guys who are yelling and talking, they are the same people who have said, eote awezekana bila huyo. And we say amen. Let me come to another point. Let us not take this nonsense that everybody is talking, oh, ni hii maneno ni ya Raila. Oh, in fact, let me tell you, today than ever before, Kenyans are going for one very elusive thing called justice. R is out. Raila is nowhere to be mentioned. Raila comes in by default because he's a champion of that J that we are looking for. Justice. Alafu anakuwa hapo kwa njia. Sasa tunambeba kwa sababu anaikubali. Is the only number one Kenyan who believes in justice. The only number one Kenyan. And this anybody can challenge me. The only person who talks, speaks and drinks justice as of today is Raila Odinga. UDF sycophants can say the other way around. I don't really care. Personally, I have known Raila, or what he stands for. Let me not even say Raila, but what he stands for. I've known it for not less than 40 years now. So that tells you, if you feel that you are human, hata kwa nyumba yako, you and your wife and your children, if you never, ever allow justice, because you may say, I'm saved. You are saved. What doctrine do you preach? Unasema we ndio. Kenyans, we are so saved. We are, hata tumeokoka kuliko Yesu mwenyewe. In fact, Yesu akija leo atakuwa namba 2 kwetu. Because sisi tunamwamini mara mingi kuliko hata vile yeye anajiamini. But if you don't believe in justice kwa mwenzako, kwa bibi yako, kwa mtoto yako, kwa jirani yako, justice, Justice. You will pray for peace for 100 years and it will never happen. How do I become peaceful when I know ulininyang'anya kuku kangu? Jana niliona manyoya kwa compound yako, umechinja, unaniitia supu. Yes, you are a good neighbor. Alafu unaniambia nikuje supu, nikunywe supu na kamguu nipatie, na nikaile kuku yangu Bernard sincerely. Alafu unaniambia Stone PK is vibrant, Stone PK akubali. Umenialika kunywa supu na kamguu kamoja my own chicken which I disappeared a week ago, na ulisema hukuiona na manyoya nimeona kwako. Alafu wewe unaniudhi zaidi, unaniambia Stone PK karibu bana, leo dina jirani mwema, na unaniambia funga macho tuombe Mungu. How do I pray when I'm so bitter? And I know kuna ni ile uliiba bwana. Yeah, so there is no way, and I want Kenyans to understand this. It's not about bitterness, it's not about lamentation. It is the bitterness that we know we never elected Samoei Ruto. That is, you can go with your arguments uende kwa moon na urudi until that is agreed upon. Akikubali saa hii hata atuambie basi wacheni tu nikubali nimalize na munisaidie, maybe we will reconsider, but confess. In Catholic Church we say confess your sin and then you'll be forgiven. I'm a Catholic. So Ruto aende juu, aende chini, afute Cherera, asifute, sijui aweke nani, alete sindano gani. Whichever direction he goes, he will never know peace in this country. This I can say with finality. Peace will only come when you first of all say, jirani yangu, jana nilishikwa na kashetani, nikachukua bibi yako. Na naomba usinichome, tafadhali, I'm very sorry. Na unaimpiga magoti, unalala flat, then I decide what to do with you. And as a human being, I will not kill you. Bernard, you know that. You are in church. You know very well. When somebody confesses, cannot be lynched. The best thing on earth is to say sorry. That's the best thing. Ukikosea mtu ndugu yangu, hata ndugu yako, bibi yako. I know men sometimes get it very hard to confess. The best thing you can do is to confess to your best friend. I erred, niliteleza, nikakukosea hivi. Wallahi billahi unasamehewa. Ruto can never be forgiven. Whether he does what, hata saa hii economy ikiturn around, iwe kila mtu ako happy, we will not forgive him for stealing justice from us. So it is simple. Tarehe 7, whether people yell or what, wale wanasema, oh, we are doing this, those are just naives, as Baba has put it today or yesterday in Kenya. Ni naivety. Those people who are talking about that maandamano cannot work, those are people born 2000, year 2000 and now. Hao ni watoto wachanga, wamekuta lami, wamekuta maziwa, wamekuta supermarkets, wamekuta barabara, unakalia tu gari ni nywe, wamekuta SGR imekuja juzi. Wamekuta maisha ya Kenya ikiwa ingine tamu, na hawajui imekuja vipi. They don't know what happened. So basically, ndio niwachie wale wengine. When we talk of maandamano doesn't mean us going and fighting and all that. No. Maandamano is when Kenyans who are feeling aggrieved come, they meet, and they say, this is not what should be happening in 2022, 60 years down the line. We had Matibas, we had Pastor nani, anaitwa nani, Njoyas, we had lawyer all these other lawyers, we had everybody. Wacha akina the new people hapa wanakuja yapping, the Migunas, those are not even freedom fighters at all. We had the true Kenyans, akina Gitobu Manyara. Somebody anakuja, you are facing a bullet and you are saying, if you feel like you shoot me, I drop dead, you will achieve your goal, do it. Now, we are in an advanced stage now whereby it is Kenyans meeting which our constitution allows, and this is the constitution that was very much opposed by the Rutos and the rest, because it tells you, you can call a meeting in your village and you decide, hii serikali haitupeleki hapa mahali tunataka because of 1, 2, 3, 4. You are allowed, Kenyans. You can meet from your village, museme you to hell with Kenya Kwisha government, and you resist. You can summon your MCA, mwambia hii ni ujinga. You have all that right granted to you by the 2010 Constitution, and that's why we are meeting on Wednesday. Some of those friends or everybody else is flying away from. Others are flying from Japan. Others are flying from USA. People are wamekata tiketi. They are coming back to Kenya. They want to be in solidarity because this is the path. Some people say, oh, it is too soon to criticize a government. The first step tells the direction you are going. Nikikwambia enda south, alafu step yako ya kwanza unaenda east, how will you ever make it to south? Bernard. So Kenyans, don't be told at 100 days, sijui 1 year, sijui 2 years. 1 hour is equivalent to 1 year of wrong direction. So if you took the wrong direction in your first 1 minute, kwisha maneno. Wacha nispose hapo kidogo nisaidie wale wengine, but wa Kenya, we are happy. Baba is there. In fact, Baba ametuweka sana sana. Alikuwa ametufungia break karibu tupasuke, lakini ametuachilia. Now we are ready. We want to go and decide what we should do on Wednesday. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Bernard. Back to you.
Asante sana, Stony PK. We appreciate that loud and clear, and every Kenyan must adhere to the same. Kuna huyu mtu anajiita nani something called Patrick Mushiri. Patrick Mushiri, you are a coward, number one. Number two, you think this is about you or about one Kenyan. We are talking about how the country is governed, and you're beginning to talk about Atwoli as humbled. Humbled to do what? When a country is being mismanaged, it is the duty of every sane citizen to agitate for right leadership. Oh, Kiona, everything is okay because you voted for William Ruto, and you think everything William Ruto does is perfect and right, then you are misguided. Because everything that has been done by Kenya Kwanza since they took oath of office, none of it has been done in the interest of Kenyans. Everything has been done either in the interest of the billionaires, the big people that they were campaigning against. All the CSs, all now look at Kina Waititu are now being made what? Chairman of what and what? All that. Which one is in the interest of Kenyans? So if you're here to divert us from what we are supposed to do, and like Stony PK said, you don't know how powerful demonstrations are. You wait and see, okay? And this one, the way wherever Dr. Ruto is trying to deal with it, it will even overwhelm him, because you when this country goes to demo, like siku ya Sabasaba, those of you who are here, Sabasaba Day took place everywhere in the country. Everywhere, from Kakamega to Gatundu. So don't joke around. And the Kenyans that I've interacted with are very angry. Baba ndo alikuwa amekanyagia. Sasa sasa hivi la ametoa mguu kwa break. You wait and see. I promise you tarehe 7. I promise you tarehe 12. Tarehe 12 ndio itakuwa weighing the weight. Okay? Kwa sababu kutakuwa na parallel meetings. Mkutano ya Kenya Kwanza ya kusherekea Jamhuri Day na yetu ya kuzungumza masuala ya justice ya country. We'll see which meeting will be fully attended with who. Then you will tell me somebody's inciting hustlers to come out. Hustlers, wewe ndio mmoja wao. Us, we are not hustlers. We are Kenyans and proud to be Kenyans, and we are playing our role as Kenyans in ensuring that our country does not go to the dogs. So bad leadership is not allowed in this country. not at this point and age. So if Kenya Kwanza cannot provide right leadership, we kick them out of office. That's part and parcel of what the Constitution envisions. When the leadership is not going in the right direction, it is our duty to stand on the way and say, no, you will not go and sink us in the sea simply because you are sworn in. We can call back the oath. Hata Biblia tunaweza kunyang'anya. Kwa church we have something called declothing. After we ordained you reverend or whichever and you misbehave, tunakujia nguo zetu, tunatoa your collar. We remove you from that. Now that is applicable anywhere else. So mshiri na mishiri zingine zote, sikilizeni na muelewe vizuri. Katiba inapeana haki ya kudemonstrate kinyume na serikali mbaya. Na hii ya Ruto imeanza kukaa vibaya. Imeanza kunuka mapema tu kabla ya siku ya 100. Na ni wajibu wetu kuirekebisha ama kuitimua. Dada Roda, mawili matatu tukisonga mbele, karibu.
Habari zenyu, how are you guys? Today naona PK ako soba leo. Ameshapotea. Okay, leo naona yuko saba. I love that. Naona uko fire of the Holy Ghost. You know, for me, I can say the history, it reminds us where we come from and where we are going. We see that in those days when Ruto was in the parliament, he was all the time bitterness. Yani ni mtu ameplan long time ago, siku atakuwa president, akichukua kiti atatufanya vile siku ya Nyayo. Hata ukimuona, you know, it really make me sad, especially as Christians, how he represent himself, Jesus. It make me embarrassing. Unaona ni mtu Christians. He need to be good example. He need to preach the gospel. He need to write to the dark. Unajua kama sisi wa Kristo tumeokoka, tunakuanga na mapenzi ya Mungu. Mapenzi ya Mungu ikikuja, uko positive. Yani wewe unaona vitu zote ziko poa. Yani you don't care. You don't care whether people they love you or not. Unaona, yani wewe unawish your country the best. Hata uwezi haribu nchi yako. Unaona, kwa sababu mapenzi ya Mungu iko, lakini una mapenzi ya Mungu. Ndio maana Ruto unaona anafanya hivi. Sijui kama one thing, I don't know to say everything here in the camera. Maybe people that will think I'm speaking bad about him, but I think Ruto, he need to understand whole world, every country is democracy, it's a constitutions, and you have to respect our democracy and our constitution and our freedom expressions, freedom to say how we feel. You know, whole world, every country they have organizations for human rights. Like kuna watu wanafaitia watu, kama unaona kama mimi nikida hospitali, kuna daktari anifanya vibaya, kuna organizations they can fight for me. Why the doctor did for me like that? You know, that is the way we say democracy. Like you have right. You know, like about demonstration is our constitution. So people go early on Wednesday and go and do demonstration with peaceful demonstration, and you express, say how you feel, say how you think, because you're wishing for the best for your country and you love your country. You want your country to live good. You want for the next generation, for the children, your children, the grandchildren, will live a country that they see the fruit, they see the goodness, because we cannot assume the problem. We cannot assume the problem, you know. So for me, my prayer that this is God is doing, is God opening for us for the door, that we have a bold to stand our country. I would like to ask Kenya citizen, you take the flag when you're going to do demonstration. There is a small flag you can buy, I don't know how much it costs, and then go do a demonstration. You stand peaceful, and you can talk how you feel, and you can say what you are standing for, because you are fighting for your children, for the next generation will come, because we don't know how long we will stay. Even Ruto children and grandchildren, I think that he wants them to live in democracy country and freedom and country, like for example, like a court, they are independent. Our court are independent. Our IBC independent. That's the way we want. We want our country to be like a France, where the France, everything is independent. The government, okay, they have opposition, but there is organization, everything is independent. Red Cross is independent. On build is independent. That's why we want to, because even people when they come to our country, like people who come like ambassador, they, wow, Kenya is really blessed. Kenya is very fantastic. Is a law by the law. Is democracy. Is a constitution. Is freedom. People they express them they want. You have freedom of worship. It's not about it. When you go to church, you can worship the way you want. You can open your church anytime you want. No, this law is because we are not living. Some countries like this country, like Baghdad, Iraq. Those countries they are looking for freedom. They don't have a katiba. They don't know what is a democracy. It's always dark. They don't know. They are long. Many countries they are looking to have constitution. Where is the Article B say about Christianity? It says that Christians they open the church on Sunday at 9 o'clock or 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock. What is the constitution B and say like this? Our school, our healthcare, everything is working according to the system. And I think even those ambassadors they live in Kenya, they want to live a country democracy, a country ruled by the constitution and freedom. Even when they work there, they present, wow, Kenyan people are very smart. Kenyan people are very educated. Their country is in order. You understand? Sometimes we think that you are the one who destroy our country, but we don't know it's our country. It's not about the language you speak. It's our country. It's very important. So my prayer is God is opening for us the door. We go to the mosque, we do the rap, people they are like the way Stoney say, people they are coming to do, we are coming to show them that we love our country, and let me tell you, if we stand together, all Kenya, we hold hand together, we can make it. Everything is impossible when we come together as a Kenyan citizen. I'm telling you, we can go very far. And people will come and they say, oh, this is Kenya, it's shining, everybody is happy. It's everything is a system, it's working. Even the court, they have the independent, they do everything according to the system, according to the way they have studied the school. Even the Kenyan people, they are going to represent our country in outside. They say that's the way I don't want my country to feel ashamed that I'm Kenya, our country, there is no freedom, there is not, you want to represent when you are going to research another country, you are doing research representing can you tell us your government? I remember my daughter, she told me her school that she told me she was writing the history of Mau Mau. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that, and we'll continue the conversation. We have a long show tonight. As we continue sharing, let us make sure that everybody gives right information. Kuna watu kwa comments wanajaribu kubadilisha mjadala, lakini watoboi hapa. Na kuna watu wanakompare Aisha Jumwa na Raila Odinga. That means you are sick. You are sick, hata you need to be taken for a drip. Uweke kwa support machine. You cannot compare. Please, if you don't know history, the books are available. If they are too expensive, ni shilingi sijui 50 kuingia hapa National Archives.
Tutanunua.
Kama ni 20 bob or something, unalipa, unaingia. Anza kusoma magazeti kutoka 70s, umalize 80s, uelewe historia ya Kenya. Wache hii maneno ya kubebana na story ambayo uelewi. Na maandamano ni sehemu ya demokrasia yetu. It is covered within our rights, within the constitution. Na maandamano ndio where people resort when the government refuses to listen or when the government captures institutions. Like now, Kenya Kwanza has captured the judiciary, has captured the parliament, has captured the church, okay? Now, the only place where people can go and vent their anger and express themselves is through picketing, demonstration, and maandamano, ukutano, iyo bunge ya wananchi. That is where they are venting themselves. Why? Because the government has messed by doing what? Capturing important institutions that was supposed to help the people. When the people were to run to judiciary, now they can't because the judiciary is going to decide the case the way Kenya Kwanza likes. When people were to run to parliament, they can't because when you get to parliament, wanakuambia uliona ile chairman wa JLAC anasema how many are we? Oh, we are quorum. We are quorum. Which quorum? Quorum of 5 people. How can that constitute a quorum to decide a serious matter like this? Then, evidence of any claim is not available. The lawyers ask, where are the evidence to prove? Osoro asked a very good question. Can you cite for us one specific part of the constitution that was violated by these 4 commissioners? That is, Osoro is in Kenya Kwanza. Okay? He asked that question. No answer. Yet, at the end of the day, they recommended a tribunal. A tribunal to go and listen on what? Wakati inji inaanza kubebwa kijinga, usikujinga along. Wake up and realize this is going wrong. Let's fix it. Thank you. Bwana Derek, I'll play one video and then you come through. Thank you so much, everyone. Tuendelee kukaribishana. Hiyo namba iendelee kupanda tafadhali. Kama unatupata kwa njia iko safi, endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu. Share that link with your WhatsApp groups. Let the whole world tune in here and let us learn 1 or 2 things that we must embrace. Listen to this keenly, very keenly, please. It's short but very, very touching. Listen.
Africans, for whatever reason, seem insistent on electing leaders who've built nothing and then wonder why they build nothing. You've built nothing. You've created nothing. But for your words and political oratory, your ability to hold a tune and sing a verse, your ability to fill a stadium with poor people on the promise of a food hamper and a t-shirt, and then we vote for you. And we wonder why you don't know how to build roads or houses or balance a budget or just make sure that crime and law and order is in place. We elect clowns and then give them the seat of the headmaster's office.
Okay, the problem of Africa, you elect people because they talked well. They gave you a t-shirt and gave you bread. When their history proves that they cannot do anything. We have sung this one for the whole year. The history of William Ruto proves what kind of leader he is. We took you from 92 all the way to 2022. But there are still people here like this Kenya 254. He said, Bernard, it's only 2 months ago when sitting deputy was disrespected by everyone, including his juniors. But he never went to the streets. Who said we are going to the street because we've been disrespected? What is wrong with these people? We are going to the street because the constitution is being disrespected. The 4 commissioners are being judged wrongly. If there was a misconduct, the order is, let it be sorted by IEBC. If IEBC is defeated, let it be taken to the Public Service Commission. It is only the Public Service Commission that is supposed to recommend the 4 commissioners to be taken to Parliament. Okay? Then Parliament is supposed to assess before they recommend. So it was illegal, out of order, for President William Ruto to call his Kenya Kwanza people in State House and give them instructions to get rid of the 4 commissioners. And before long, there was a petition directly to Parliament. The people who took the petition to Parliament are not supposed to take the petition to Parliament. The petition is supposed to go to the Public Service Commission. Then the Public Service Commission is the one to sanction the Parliament. Then the Parliament is supposed to hear every case according to the Constitution. 14 days for each count. Okay? How many days did they use to decide the case? It's all wrong. It's all wrong. It's all messed up. And then you uko hapa kusema ni nini? Deputy President William Ruto, when he was deputy president, he disrespected his boss for ages. If he was disrespected by another person, he was only harvesting his sowing. Let me not talk too much. Derek, karibu tafadhali.
Nawasalimu nyote na I believe mnanisikia kwa njia iliyo safi Sawa. I want to start by saying this. You know, Bernard, at times when you try to educate some of these people who come into the comment section and talk nonsense, I always feel like when you're arguing with the fools, you will fall into their trap. So please ondoka huko. These people will drag you back. So ondoka huko. Two, I want to say this. These people who are in Kenya Kwanza, don't take our silence for peace. Ati mnasema ati Kenyans we are at peace and all that. Bwana, don't take our silence for peace. People are trying to heal and we have healed. Now we are going to look for that peace. Nyinyi mnadhania kuna peace Kenya? Hatukuwa na peace. How can we be at peace while Ruto is violating the constitution? How can we be at peace? A lot of things are being interfered with. Our institutions are being captured. We were healing. So mark that right and have the difference. Another thing I want to say, I'm always happy. Not today, not yesterday, but hata siasa ikianza. There is this man known as Ruto. Unajua Ruto anadhaniaga ni mkora sana. But ni jana na juzi I've realized Ruto has been playing into Raila's trap most of the times. And this is another trap Ruto is playing into. So anafaa kumakinika. Another thing I want to say, if you watched the news today, you could see like what is going on, what went on today at is it Utawala in Embakasi? The mass and all that. Don't think Raila hana watu. That man is controlling almost half of this nation. So ukifikiria you are in another tribe and Raila is not controlling you, hiyo ni yako. Wewe pia uko na mtu anakucontrol. But we know that Raila has got almost half of this nation. So don't just talk and never try to compare Aisha Juma and Raila Odinga. You're doing injustice to people like me. So uko muondoke. Another thing I want to say, Raila has been fighting for many things in this nation. And I was so surprised when Ruto and Gachagua saying that ati aende alete watoto wake waende kwa street. Raila has been fighting many things in this nation. We've never saw Winnie Odinga and all that kwa front line. Why now? Mbona mnawataka ukuje sahi? We are the children of Raila. Na ni sisi ndio tutaenda. Venye tumekuwa tukienda sisi ndio tutaenda. We don't need Winnie or whatever. Sahi mtoto wa William Ruto anarandaranda across the nation. So mbona yeye wakati ako na issue zake asisemage like alete huyo mtoto wake mbele. So don't try to threaten us with the issue of Raila's children. No. Sisi wananchi, we the citizens, sisi ndio watoto wa Raila. So huko pia muondoke. The next thing I want to say ni issue ya Tuoli. Unajua saa zingine when you're talking about issue ya Tuoli and all that, saa zingine nashangaa. Unajua kuna watu wanajua siasa na wanajua how to do their business. Tuoli knows very well alikosana na Ruto. and his accounts can be fully at any time. The best way, what do? You join them. How do you join them? Join so that what you want can be protected. Usidhania Atwoli ameenda huko juu he's supporting Ruto, no. He is there to protect his business. He is there to protect his accounts. So ni nini mnapigania mtu kama Atwoli akienda huko? I also saw people like the governor of Kisii and the governor of is it Kakamega in State House. These people need money to take care of this of their counties. Sasa unataka wafanye nini? They are right. Let them go. Ile wakati tutawahitaji, they will come. You saw what happened in Kilifi. So what are you talking about? No. The power is in Ruto should know that the power is in the citizens' hands and not in his hands. So the moment anataka kuongea venye anaongea, maandamano is in the constitution, it's allowed. So I don't think Raila is doing anything wrong. Maandamano, don't take that maandamano to be like issue kubwa sana if you are a Kenya kwanza. Kama mnajiamini, ni nini mnaongelelea vitu haziwahusu? Hii sio pilipili yenyu, hii ni pilipili yetu, acha ituwashe. If you believe in yourself, wait for it. What I always know, Bwana Bernard, is when you see a man talking too much, like when you see Gachagua and Ruto are talking too much, these people wameingiza baridi. Kama unajiamini, ngoja Raila kwa street, wacha kujifanya tio unaongelelea nini. Nyamaza, do your things. Let him do his things. Hii ni pilipili ya watu wazimia and all that. So wacheze mbali, waachane na sisi. Unaona? So those are the things I wanted to clarify, at least so that wenye wanakuja hapa kuongea mambo mingi, they should have that in mind. That is what I can say for now. I'll come back next time, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Derek, for that. We appreciate it, and it is clear that many Kenyans don't understand how this country works. And some of them are very mature people. I don't know why they have that kind of thinking. We are all under the new constitution, 2010 constitution. This constitution came through blood, came through struggle. This constitution is not applying to Raila Odinga's family or Raila Odinga's children. It is a constitution that is profiting each and every Kenyan. Devolution is taking place everywhere, and for the first time, some parts of this country are seeing tarmac road, are seeing light, are seeing development because of that change of constitution. Was Raila fighting for his family? Was he fighting for his children? This selfish approach towards looking at the whole thing is the main problem. And also on the issue of governor of Kakamega and governor of Kisii and governor of wherever. Nimesema kwa hii station, narudia tena kusema. Title deed ya State House ya Wakenya wote. State House is not a UDA office. State House belongs to Kenyans. And every Kenyan has a right to go to State House and transact business, because what takes place there is supposed to be Kenya, not UDA. And so, kama kuna swala ambalo the sitting president want to discuss with any governor from anywhere, and the governor is summoned or the governor goes there, it doesn't mean he's crossing the floor. He's only gone there on duty. And even if he crosses the floor, what is that to do with how the country is supposed to be governed? Unajua wale watu ambao hawataki kuongeza ubora wao huwa wanafurahia kudunishwa kwa wengine, ili hao wakirudi chini ndio hao wapande juu. Since they cannot raise themselves, they cannot better themselves beyond every other person, they want to mar every other person so that they look good. That is not progress. That is destroying what is so that you look better. And it is usually a sign of insecure leaders who wants to surround themselves with idiots so that they be the only wise people among idiots. That is not how things are done. It is important that we all understand this. Kama tunaendelea kama nchi, lazima tuelewe. Ukweli ni kwamba State House mtu yeyote anaweza kwenda, na kienda anaenda kwa shughuli ya Kenya. Kwa nini State House ni ya Wakenya? After William Ruto atahama tu, State House inabaki, is in the name of Kenya. It can never be translated into a name of one president who owns it. So don't mix when somebody goes to State House that he has gone to UDA. Ofisi ya UDA sijui kule iko, mtaniambia kule iko, lakini sina habari kule iko. But sio, kile najua sio State House na sio Harambe House na sio nini, hizo zote ni za serikali. Hizo ni ofisi za serikali, and serikali ni ya Kenya, and Kenyans own it equally. Usichanganye. Ndugu Chaga, vipi lakini?
Mimi niko mzima, namshukuru Mungu, nimeshinda salama. Brother Bernard, Stone PK, Roda na wengine. Namshukuru Mungu ni mzima. Yes, Roda kwa mambo.
Tupatie uhondo wa Kilifi.
Uhondo wa Kilifi, mambo yameisha na ule shaka tunamuita Ngao. Maana yule ndo amezungumza ukweli mtupu, na mshangaa. Nikamshangaa sana Bi Aisha Juma akimtazama kwa macho na huko akijaribu kuandika vijinoti, kwa sababu kila kigonga ndipo, kila kigonga ndipo, kila kigonga ndipo. Umeona? He was the man of the match, the time being, kwa sababu yeye hakuangalia huku, amewambia ukweli na ukweli mtupu. Kwa hiyo Kilifi ilikuwa safi. Raia ama wananchi wameelewa ukweli mahali upo, na for real, for the time being, ni kujaribu kupaka matope kwa kila mahali, kwa sababu wasiwasi ambao umewaingia na tumbo joto lenye limewaingia in fact serikali zaidi nikisema rais wangu makamu deputy wake ya wasiwasi. Lakini ukweli, kama tunataka kulikomboa hili taifa letu katika minyororo ya waongo wenye wametolona propaganda na wingi wa malaumu, wachache wa vitendo, ni tarehe 7 Jumatano kwa maandamano, ndo mbivu na mbichi zitajulikana. Rais wa kweli aliochaguliwa na nchi atajulikana. Rais wa kubabanya bambanya alobambanya mikakati tutajua on Wednesday tarehe 7. Yeye aongee na Kindiki, amwage askari, but still sauti ya Mkenya itasikika, kwa sababu Mkenya ndio mwenye hii nchi. Mkenya ndio mwenye hii nchi. So kwa wale ambao bado wanakuta kwamba Raila amezeeka, Raila hajielewi, Raila hana misingi, Raila ni mtu wa watu, si mtu wa binafsi. Wallahi na hapa kwa Mwenyezi Mungu, kama angekuwa Ruto kwa yale amepitia, hii nchi siyo kama ingekuwa wapi. Ikiwa tu jambo kidogo tu hili tayari munkari na hasira tena kwa kanisa leo. Laiti kama amekipitia ambao huyu mzee amepitia, hadi mwisho akaamua kukimbia kabisa kwenda kutafuta usalama wake, kwa sababu kama ni jela ameingia mara 4 mara 5 akakimbia, na ameeleza wazi leo. Kwa hiyo kweli Bernard, lazima tuingie katika maandamano, kwa sababu haya maandamano si ya kuvunja maduka, but ndio kumpress ule muda kidogo tu wa miezi 2.5 ni watu wamekuwa kwa mamlaka tayari. Dalili mbaya na ishara mbaya zimejitokeza. Kwa sababu ya GMO tumeyazungumza kidogo, sasa ndio yamefunikwa, watu wamenyamazia. Lakini kama hatungeyazungumza, tungenyamaza, yangekuwa hapo peupe. Ya time limit ya president yalizungumzwa kidogo kutingisha, lakini yalipozungumzwa yakapotezwa. Sasa hivi ni akina Cherera hao wametolewa, na mfumo uliotolewa kama Bernard ulivyoueleza si haki, sababu wamemaliza mwaka mmoja tu katika kazi yao na wako na contract ya miaka 6 bwana. Kwa hivyo kama walikuwa na makosa, basi koti lingeamua wakati ule kwamba tumepata makosa, lakini makosa yanapatikana ya Chebukati. Hajashirikiana na hao wenzake katika kutoa maamuzi ya mwisho ya matokeo ya uchaguzi. Kwa hiyo kilichowashangaza ni pale walipowekwa mahali wakisubiria wafanye majadiliano katika kaunti ambazo zilikuwa zimebaki 29, lakini mwisho wa siku wanaambiwa sisi tunataka kutangaza matokeo tuko nayo. Walikuwa wameyapata wapi? Kwa hiyo ugomvi ukaingia pale, kwa sababu upande huo wa kina Chebukati ndio, kwa sababu walitengeza kila ambacho walikuwa wanaona ni sahihi kwa serikali tulionayo, wanaona ni sawa, walifanya kazi yao vizuri. Hawa waliotangaza uovu na kusema hatukubaliani, hawa watakuwa wabaya kwao. Kwao ni lazima na ni sharti hakika wa Kenya tupaze sauti yetu juu, tuseme hatuwezi haribiwa, hatuwezi kutaruliwa na kitu ambacho tayari tunaona dalili kwamba tunakoelekea kutakuwa sauti ni ya mtu huyu mmoja. Pili, Bernard, nafikiri mara ya kwanza nikizungumzia hii uongozi ulipoingia, nilitabiri ndoto yangu Bernard, kama tutakubaliana, kwamba mimi naona dalili ya kwanza ni kuhakikisha watu wamecapture judiciary. Dalili ya pili niliyozungumza tena nikasema naona parliament huku na kununua wabunge na kuletwa wabunge wengine waliokuwa hata upande huu, ni kuhakikisha tunatengeneza strong parliament, kwamba chochote tunachokipitisha pale kinapita. Kisha hakikisha kwamba makanisa badala waeneze injili ya Yesu, waeneze amani ya nchi, wawe mstari mbele kupigania maovu, ili kusudi hakikisha kwamba serikali inatazama kwa kila mbali. Wao ndio waliingia kwa trap mapema. La mwisho ni kuhakikisha security nayo pia imeingia katika mfumo pale, of which hizo ndo ngazi ambazo mwananchi ukikibilia, ukifika unadunda, utadunda. Kibilia kwa parliament, hapo utadunda. All option ni kuhakikisha sawa zetu tumezipata juu. Kujitetea leo ni through sauti zetu, hakuna hapo utaona on Wednesday. Ndio hapo tutajua, je, Raila alichaguliwa kikweli au amwonea Ruto? Na upande nao wa Kenya Kwanza wataangalia, je, huyu rais wetu kweli ni wa wananchi kama anavyodai na Mungu, ama kuna mipango ilifanyika? Option ni Jumatano, hakuna lingine. Bila hivyo, bila kujitokeza kwa kauli moja, we are going to be ruled by two tribes ever and ever, na hakuna chochote tutakuja kufanya, of which hatusi vizuri. Huko lazima tuzungumze. So mimi naunga mkono maandamano, na naunga mkono wale ambao wanazungumzia kwa minajili ya nini, ya hili taifa. Sizungumzii kwa sababu nasema tulishindwa, hapana, hatujashindwa, lakini tulikubali tukasema kwa sababu Kenya ni bora na Kenya ni muhimu kuliko mtu mmoja ama watu wawili, wacha tuendelee, lakini tuendelee katika hali ya usawa. Haya, mbona kuna mambo tunawashuhudia tena, bado tuvumilia wananchi tu, jambo ambalo halikubaliki. Kwa hiyo ni mimi na mwingine hasa kama Mkenya mzalendo mwenye kupenda nchi yake, tujitokeze Jumatano tarehe 7, kwa kauli moja tuseme hatutaki hawa makomishona warudishwe kazini. Wamekataa tuingie State House, hapo ni kwetu nyumbani. Hiyo State House imekaa wengi, haswa haijakaa Ruto peke yake hapo ndani, na bado kutakuwa na wengi wenye wataka katika hiyo nyumba. Haijagongwa muhuri, ni ya mtu binafsi. Hiyo ni mali yetu, una haki wa kwenda kutembea hapo. Kwa hiyo wajipange, kwa sababu mtego uliobakia ni kumwagiwa maaskari wengi na matiagasi, jambo ambalo si geni kwetu, ni jambo ambalo tunalitegemea, kwa sababu hiyo ndio ilikuwa fimbo yake ya mwisho aliyozungumza mbele ya kanisa, mbele ya maaskofu, mbele ya wachungaji. Siasa imeletwa kwa makanisa, nao viongozi wa siasa, viongozi wa makanisa wameingia katika siasa. lakini hilo si tishio la kutubabaisha Wakenya. Wapo waliopoteza maisha kabla yetu, wapo waliopoteza maisha kabla ya uhuru huu. Kwa hivyo hakuna chochote kigeni, ila hakuna mtu wa kumzima sauti ya mwananchi ya Mkenya kwa sababu ya kuzungumzia ukweli. Hii propaganda tunawapakiwa matope kwamba mzee anachafuliwa, upande wa Azimio watu wanachafuliwa, hii yote ni plani tu, lakini hakuna chochote ambacho tunaweza jivunia mpaka muda huu, ama dalili tu yote ambayo ni nzuri, isipokuwa ni ahadi tu kwamba nipeni muda kidogo, tulipata shelves ziko ABCD. Sasa wale walikuwa kwa serikali wakati huo na hasa na wakina nasi ni nyinyi. Kwa kama shelf hazina kitu, ni nyinyi mliokuwa kwa serikali. Kwa hiyo mimi nitakuwa mfupi wa maneno, nitaishia pale Bernard, niwape wenzangu nafasi, but for real, juma hiyo siku ikifika, ukweli utajulikana. Hiyo tarehe 12 tupo Ngange, hii tunayo mpaka tuwake. This time around hatutaongozwa katika mfumo wa dictatorship, kwa sababu where we are heading to, we are heading to dictatorship. Kwa hivyo hii hapa mapema. Asante bwana.
Thank you Chaka, I have to appreciate that, na asante sana kwa kufafanua mambo vizuri ili kila Mkenya aelewe kinachoendelea. Hii serikali ya uimla lazima ikomeshwe, na itakomeshwa tu wakati wa Kenya watajitokeza waseme enough is enough. Siku njema huonekana asubuhi. Kenya Kwanza imetuonyesha dalili ya uongozi ambao wanaweza kutupatia. Siku zao za kwanza kama 60 hivi wametuonyesha kuachilia wote ambao walikuwa na kesi ya ufisadi. Wamechagua wafisadi kuwa viongozi, kurejea katika public service bila consultation na wananchi. Kenya Kwanza ndio hiyo imetoa kazi kwa vijana, kazi mtaani, ili kila mtu waongeze wale ambao hawana kazi. Kenya Kwanza ndio hiyo imetoa subsidy kwa chakula ili Wakenya wateseke kwa kutafuta chakula na kununua chakula kwa bei ghali. Kenya Kwanza imesupervise ng'ombe zikiuzwa shilingi 500. Ng'ombe mzima inauzwa shilingi 500 kwa sababu ya kiangazi. Okay? Alafu baadaye wana turn around wanasema eti hao ndio kina nani? Lazima Kenya Kwanza iwajibike, la sivyo itimuliwe. Na maandamano ni lazima. Wale ambao mnaogopa kaeni nyumbani, lakini tutawapigania na tutawasaidia kufanya Kenya ikuwe bora. Kuna huyu anasema kwamba ataenda kwa Hustler Fund, sisi tukienda kwa maandamano. Hustler Fund ya shilingi 500, hata wamekuambia uwezi fikisha, the highest you can get is 1500. Hiyo itakusaidiaje kuwa milionea? Hiyo inamaanisha hao wamechagua mabilionea tayari na wamekufungia pale. Ukipanda au piti 1500. Hiyo itakusaidia, utatumia miaka mingapi? Let's think outside the box. The offer by Baba for this country was the right approach. Weka industries, employ wa Kenya. Wacha Mkenya akuwe na ile kujivunia, amefanya kazi yake, akalipwa mshahara wake, akanunulia watoto wake kuku. Si eti nilienda kwa Hustler Fund nikaomba nikapewa kakitu, nimenunua kakitu nimekuja. Inakunyenyekeza kwa nyumba yako kama mume una sauti, kwa sababu kile ulicholeta ni cha kuomba. Okay? Si kile umefanyia kazi. Inji inayojiheshimu ni inji ambayo kila mwananchi anafanya kazi, analipwa hela, anaendeleza jamii yake na familia yake kwa kufanya kazi. Biblia inasema mtu atakula kwa jasho lake. Sasa William Ruto anakuja katika uongozi, cha kwanza ni kusimamisha watu kazi. Wamesimamisha wale wanafanya kazi kwa wamesimamisha wale kazi mtaani, wamesimamisha kila kitu ambacho kinaendelea. Alafu wanasema kwamba wanaongoza vizuri. Tena sasa wameenda kufuata hawa 4 commissioners pia wasimamishwe nini? Kazi. So hii ni Kenya Kwanza ya kusimamisha watu kufanya kazi. Stop people from working, and then you are telling me you are sorting out the country. You are not helping this country. Kenya Kwanza has no plan to help this country. Don't deceive yourself. If you want to see this country make progress, let us get rid of Kenya Kwanza. Mimi sioni dalili yeyote na kitu kizuri kutoka kwa Kenya Kwanza. Wako hapo kumpotezea wananchi muda. Nyambane Geoffrey, uko hauja configure your gadget vizuri, ndiposa hatuwezi kuongeza kwa nini your device is not connected rightly. So tunakuomba utoke ukarekebishe. Kama unatupata Nyambane Geoffrey, you are not well configured, so get back. If you are using your phone, restart it so that you get back rightly. And when you are signing up either with YouTube or Facebook, please allow StreamYard to configure for you. Don't disallow it from controlling your phone, because that's the only way for you to be able to work effectively. So rekebisha hiyo tafadhali ili mambo ya nyooke katika mazungumzo yetu. And then everything is going to work out if we all give ourselves to doing the right thing. Yesu Kristo alikubali kwenda kwa msalaba ili aokoe ulimwengu. Okay? Si ili ajiokoe, ili aokoe ulimwengu. Kama tutaokoa inji, itabidi tujitolee, okay, kwenda kupigania haki ya hii inji na kukataa uongozi mbaya. So hili sio swala la kila mtu, ni swala la wale ambao wanaona inji inaenda makosa na lazima irekebishwe, na kwa hivyo wanajitolea mhanga kufanya nini? Kuwa sehemu ya historia iliyorekebisha inji wakati ilikuwa inaanza kwenda mrama. So if you feel you are not qualified and you feel you are too comfortable in this country to do anything about what is going wrong, you are still okay. We will fight for you and make for you Kenya better, and you will enjoy that Kenya. You will thank us later. But don't ratify, don't sanitize, don't uphold what is wrong and say, because it is a government. No, government can be wrong. President can be wrong. Cabinet can be wrong. Parliament can be wrong. Wananchi lazima wasimame, waseme hii haifai. Mimi sitetei kina Cherera na wengine. Kama walifanya makosa, nataka nionyeshe makosa yao, sheria ipi walivunja, na kutolewa kwako wamefuata the right procedure. Disciplinary committee ya IEBC ilikaa ikaangalia conduct yao, ikafanya what is it called, recommendations zao kwa Public Service Commission. Then Public Service Commission ikakaa disciplinary yao, wakaangalia conduct, wakawaita, wakawakagua, ndio wafanye presentation yao kwa parliament, ili parliament ifanye nini? Iangalie maneno ya petition. If you don't follow due process, everything you have done is wrong. And we will not be part of what sanitizes what is wrong. Tukiruhusu Kenya Kwanza kuvunja sheria, itaanza kututawala bila sheria, na sisi ndio tutakuwa wa kwanza kulia. Kwa hivyo William Ruto na timu yake wakitaka kushughulikia the 4 commissioners, wawarudishe, wafuate right procedure. Na hiyo maneno at committee imekaa na watu wa Kenya Kwanza peke yao, kwa sababu watu wengine wametoka, and then unaendelea kwa sababu you don't care. That is not how things are done. The priority is not to get rid of the IBC commissioner. The priority is to sort Kenyans. We may create more unemployed people. We need more employment in the country. We need to have secure Kenyans. So tutacheza video ingine, alafu turudi kwa Sister Rhoda amalizie kile alichokuwa anasema. Let's get this video, and then I am sharing this video so that we can think and here tumsikilize huyu opposition leader wetu.
Happening in Kenya. What? Is the president serious? There is no way you can appoint all the corrupt leaders as if you're telling the masses, I'm in charge and you can do nothing about it. Waitito. I think I'm in another country. I'm so shocked that the president of Kenya arbitrarily and shamelessly appoints corrupt people to lead this country. What have we become? What have we become? Really? Even Moi mana. Moi was a little bit cautious. Hata vile unaweza appoint wakina Waitito bana. Hey, we know Waitito, Humphrey Karaoke. Who are those people? Wamboi something. No. Something must be done. Please, Kenyans. This is serious. This is very serious.
I agree with you. Something must be done. Roda, karibu.
Asante sana. Hata nisahau vile niko nataka kusema. Mimi all the time nakuwa na quit na Christian faith kwa sababu Christian faith ndio imekuwa hivi mimi niko. Ikikuwa mimi si Christian, singekuwa mimi niko. Mimi nakuwa na shine light to the darkness. Wale wako na giza kama Biblia inasema, unajua kitabu ya Yohana inasema ukitembea na giza hauwezi na light. This is something we have to know. Hii Kenya kwanza, almost everybody is a criminal. Almost everybody. Like this let me first of all start with the Ruto. I can call him Honorable Ruto to respect, because I must respect. He's a father and he's a grandfather, and I know he know the painful to be the father and to be the grandfather. You know, we are all Kenyans. Something I understand with Ruto, he doesn't love himself for real. He doesn't love self-love. You know, when you really love yourself, you will follow your country order, you will respect the law of the law, and you not do something bad. I think he doesn't love himself for real. He loves money, but he doesn't love himself. And I go like to meet Ruto real life. I preach for him. He received the love of God, because when the love of God comes to you, you know, I know what is the love of God. You know, I used to watch some Christian TV here. They say I was like this, I was drugs addicted, and the love of God came. Some people, they are seeking the true God. I remember one woman, I don't want to talk about other people. They were new. You know what is a new age? New age, and they are seeking the truth. I want to do, you know, new age is another spirit. They are seeking, and one woman was saying she was seeking the truth, and she was seeking new age. But when the love of God came to her, then she's a white woman. God set her free. She received the love of God. She stopped the new age. Many people are struggling with the love of God. Even this country, they are struggling. Whole world. When the love of God comes to you, I'm telling you, you will love yourself. You love your country. You will not prosecute anybody. You will not allow anybody come and tell you things are lies. You know, I remember one time one woman was speaking about me, and oh, you know what is not that? Eh, blah blah blah. No, I don't want to hear. I don't want you are speaking up, because I know God loved me. People that reject me. People, I was bullied when I was a child, and it didn't make me to be really who I am. Many whole world they are struggling with the love of God. But when the love of God comes to you, you don't care about people. You don't care people think about you. So that's why these Kenya Kwanza, they need to receive the Holy Ghost, because God have already put the table. Come and drink. Come and drink. Chinese, come and drink. America, come and drink. When the love of God comes to you, you don't care what people think about you. You will love your country. You are speaking positive about. You don't care about people. Even you don't not allow people to come to help you, because you know Jesus loves you. I think William Ruto, he need to receive his love with her wife, Rachel Ruto. I would like to meet them to pray for them for deliverance. I think the Church of Christ in Kenya, they will need to pray for those families that they receive the love of God. Because when the love of God comes to them, they'll be free, and they will loot our country with the loot of the loan. They don't care about if the Raila Odinga will correct them. God will give them wisdom to listen because they have a Holy Spirit inside. That's why Jesus came. Many people are struggling. Even in this country, many people are struggling in the love of God, especially young people. They have some problem with the social anxiety, you know. But when they get born again, you feel the testimony. Oh, I was rejected by my parent. I didn't see the love of God. But when they came, the love of God is already, because especially them, they need to receive it, because they say they are born again. Ruto is born again. However, is born again. Then the people need to be, for example, for others. They need to choose a good minister who have not done criminal, who have not done corruption like Waitito, because they have received the Holy Ghost. So that's why I want to say, I want to be the word of God. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rhoda. It's very, very right. I agree with you. You know, the Bible says, seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. When God is first, then everything else will be right. But when God is not first, nothing can be right. And the use of God for political gain is a very huge mistake for Kenya Kwanza. Because when God becomes a tool you use to get something, he ceases to be supreme for you to worship him. It just becomes something you use. Now, that's a very big blunder. Because when God is reduced to an object you use, he ceases to be the supreme being that you revert to when things go wrong. Sasa we kama ulichezea Mungu, ukachezea watu wa Mungu, ukaweka kwa mfuko mpaka ukawatumia, ukafanyika rais, okay? Haya, mambo imeharibika. Utaenda kwa huyo Mungu ulichezea? Utamuomba huyo Mungu ulichezea? You can't. Unajua huyu ni mtu wa kuchezea, so hawezi kukusaidia. So you will go to something else. And that is what is suspicious about this Kenya Kwanza and their operations. I don't think they are after the right God, because they have messed up the right God in terms of the way they handled the preachers, they handled the church, and the way they used the church to justify what is wrong, used the church to ratify what was obviously out of order. And so the church and the God of the church doesn't look powerful enough to help them to do anything. And that is why they are going after other gods. They are going after other gods. And so all this Bwana Asifiwe nini, it has nothing to do with God from where I sit and what I can assess from what is happening. But when God is supreme in our lives and we love him genuinely, we will treat everybody else rightly, because everyone is created in the image of God. And so you look at people with the love of God and you understand that they're human beings. You don't take advantage of people. If the love of God is ruling your heart, you will not take advantage of the poor. You will not take advantage of the less fortunate. You will not take advantage of another. Utapata kitu cha mwenyewe alafu unakinyang'anya, alafu unasema ni Mungu amekupatia. Mungu amekupatia saa ngapi? Mungu sio mwizi. Mungu sio mwizi. Mungu agandamizi watu wengine. It does not take advantage of anyone. Hata vita za Mungu hapigi kutumia mfano. Kuna mfano huwa napeana wa Gideon, okay? Gideon ametumwa na Mungu kupigana na Midiani ili aokoe Israeli. Alafu wakati Gideon anachagua ami yake inakuwa watu wengi 33,000. Mungu anawaambia ni wengi sana, punguza, okay? Kupunguza exam ya kwanza 22,000 wanatoroka, wanabaki 10,000. Ambia hawa tena ni wengi sana, tuwapatie mtihani mwingine. Kupeana mtihani uliofuata 9,700 went home. Remaining only 300. Now, wewe unaenda kupigana na army ambayo iko full, wewe mko 300, alafu Mungu hataki muende kama wamelala. You get that? God does not take advantage of the vulnerable. Ambia mkifika hapo, blow the trumpet, muamushe, okay? Msiwavamie wakati wamelala. Why? God doesn't want to take advantage of somebody who cannot defend themselves. That's the God of the Bible. Lakini huyu mwizi anatumia watu wachepukati na hao wengine kubadilisha figures, kuingilia kwa sava, kufuta wengine kazi, kuhujumu hawa na hawa. That is not God. Tusijidanganye. Let's not mix all this rigiji and team and their wife and their bishopry. It's fake. It's fake. It doesn't represent the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible is a God of justice. Is a God of justice. Is a God who honors the elderly. There is no political persuasion that gives you permission to break scriptural, what are they called, landmarks. The Bible says, don't move the ancient landmarks that which our forefathers have established. Kuheshimu wazee ni swala ambalo Mungu mwenyewe ndiye aliyesema. Sio hata makubaliano ya chama ama makubaliano ya dini, ni Mungu mwenyewe aliyesema heshimu uso wa mtu mzee, ogopa kichwa chenye mvi. It's written in Leviticus. Heshimu uso wa mtu mzee, ogopa kichwa chenye mvi. Look at the way the young politicians talk about Raila Odinga, who is an elderly. Okay, they talk about him as if he's nothing, and look at the kind of curses they have heaped on themselves. Look at how their destiny are being summarized. They don't amount to much simply because they have violated a scriptural requirement. Usipoogopa kichwa chenye mvi, usipoheshimu uso wa mtu mzee, unajiangamiza kama kijana. It's a fact. God will never support you when you despise the elderly, when you despise your father. It doesn't matter how bad your father has treated you. The moment you begin to fight your father, God is going to join your father and beat you. He will never join you to fight your father. So as we play our politics, let's not forget that, let's not think that, sisi ni siasa tu tunacheza. No, God achezangi siasa. God ashaweka rules vile tunapaswa kurelate. And this is my free advice, especially to you young politicians who think that you will come and walk over the elderly politicians, move them out, and then inherit from them. You will never be able to inherit from them if you despise them, if you don't regard them, if you don't respect them. Look at people like Oparanya, okay? When Oparanya came into politics, was it 2007, okay? Nobody knew about him. He was made Minister of Planning. That's when we began to hear the name of Oparanya. Now look at his impact, how he has consistently risen, and his influence is increasing gradually because he has kept his rank. Okay, there were people who are more conspicuous than Oparanya, like Ababu Namwamba. Where are they now? When they came in and they began to walk over the person they are supposed to respect. Who you honor determines how far you go. Who you dishonor also determines how far you go. So let's not mix ourselves up. And so for William Ruto and the team, the way they have treated God and the men of God, and the way they bought them over, compromised them, God is not going to take that lightly. And there are some judgments that will be released sooner than later that you're going to be seeing happening everywhere, simply because God is not happy when you break his ancient landmarks, principles that are supposed to be passed from generation to generation. Kuna mambo mengine Mungu anaweza kuangalia kando, lakini ikifika kudharau wazee, wewe kulaani mama yako ama baba yako, hapo ngoma inapanda. There is no way you go around that and succeed. Na hii sio mahubiri, ni ukweli wa mambo. In your village, angalia wale watoto ambao wamepiga baba yao. What do they become? Hata baba yao kama kwa mbaya, the moment you fight your father, you destroy your destiny. Why? It is an ancient landmark that must not be moved. So those of you who think you can make fun of Raila Odinga and walk over him and call him names and you think you are safe, you are not safe. Kwanza nyinyi bloggers, mnasema please take your time, take your time. Nyambane, unajificha tena, ni wakati wako. Unmute and talk to us. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Karibu, karibu.
Yeah, I think it's a good debate, and I'm happy to join you so that I can also contribute my opinions. I totally am suppressed and I'm confused with the government that we have, that is the Ruto's government, specifically concerning the how they are doing things, starting from the judiciary, coming to the issue of distribution of the members in the government, and lastly to the issue of the 4 commissioners. You know, for me, with the issue of Cherera and the rest, what Ruto is doing is not really just, because these people have their families. And actually, they are depending from this, maybe the government, what they receive, little from the government or from their work, is what they feed their children, their family. And if Ruto could have been human, I think he could have thought about this, the siblings or the children of these families is chasing out of the office. Personally, I'm just persuading if this man called Ruto can just think and consider these people, that they are supposed to remain that offices so that they can also educate and feed their families. The fact is, Ruto never won the election. That's the fact. And even if he's listening to me right now, he can just come and tell him he never won. I'm very sure people fought for Raila, and people needed Raila to be the president. But because of the corruption which is high in our country, Kenya, that's why he never sworn in as the president. But I would also advise his regime, the issue of distribution of the seats in regions. I think we are more than 40 tribes, more than 42. But when you look at the out of the 42 tribes, it's only 2 tribes with just small number of seats in various positions in the government. They count like Nyamira, and I don't know what Wachi, they have nothing. And the constitution says very clearly that you are supposed to divide seats equally. So what does that mean now to the rest of the other citizens from those counties? Are they not Kenyans? They are Kenyans. The issue of capturing the judges, the judiciary, and even the legislation. Now we are going back to the regime of Moi. I tested Moi's regime for a certain number of years, but I really I knew what he was doing. I'm young, but I know what he was doing. A person was not able to communicate freely the way we are doing right now. And this is because of Raila and the rest who fought for this democracy. That's why we are afraid to speak. So if now Ruto wants to take us back to that regime, it means now Kenya is not going to have somebody to fight for it. Suppose today God takes Raila, God forbid, what will happen for Kenya? So let us pray for this man, Ruto, so that he may put the Kenyans forward instead of putting the Kenyans back. Actually, the way my friends have discussed it here, he said immediately after putting the paper down, everything was to be, the freedom was to come. Instead, he put the paper down and the freedom disappeared. People are suffering, are thirst, are hunger, because he really loves himself. He doesn't care about the rest. You see, today he was in the church where he's supposed to pray and sing. He's very bitter, warning Raila, threatening him with security. What is that now for the reader? I think he should just ask Uhuru how humble he was and how spiritual he was, so that he may have some of those qualities. So for me, I'll just say thank you for this channel. And I believe that maybe somewhere he's listening, and even if it's not listening, the family is listening. Let that family advise him know, so that he may know that Kenyans are suffering, and we are really tired of him. The issue of demonstration and Kamkunchi meeting, I really agree with it, and I need Raila to be there. Personally, I may not be there, but I will be committed somewhere. But I wish I could have attended. Probably maybe that of 12th I will be there, so that we may support this man, so that he may save this country from where it is heading. Really, we are heading in a bad way, and let us stand with solidarity, defend our constitution, defend our country, and move forward. So that's what I can contribute, Bernard, and the rest. And let us really educate the Kenyans to know that Raila has done marvelous, and without him, we are going to shed tears, and nobody's going to wipe us. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Nyambane, we appreciate that. Tuendelee katika struggle. Let me share this banner before we bring Roba to this is Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi, one of the legal minds that William Ruto has. He said President William Ruto might find it hard to govern. He should devise an alternative way of dealing with Raila Odinga, not handshake or using police force. This guy has suicidal supporters, followers who can destabilize the country's economy if allowed in the streets. Which way? We are not suicidal. We are determined people. Did I do the right thing? Sorry. Okay, thank you. We are not suicidal. We are determined to make Kenya great and ensure that everything about Kenya goes right. And so you are right. When we take it to the street, Dr. Ruto and his team must know how to go about it, or else they will have the Idi Amin experience. Roba, vipi lakini?
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, Nyambane. And I think I saw the already there. I think it disappeared. To tell the truth, thank you for another Sunday. Yesterday, even though we came in late, we contributed. I mean, this is what we predicted, some of us. We were here and we said some of these things that they aren't to happen. This man, I don't know. To my opinion, he doesn't know what they are doing right now. They were not ready to govern the country. Let's see what they say 100 days. I don't know who came up with the 100 days. Even if they give them another 200, 300 days, 500, these things going the same way. William Ruto is proving to be a dictator, and that's a fact. From actions speak louder than they say without words or empty words. The way he's doing things. I mean, the people I'm really mad of is about the judiciary, more especially the Chief Justice. I'm telling you, that lady, if I had my way, she'll get out. She's not independent. She just she wants to kiss Ruto's feet and everything. I mean, can you imagine the Chief Justice crabbing? It's just when we welcome the president in parliament, it's just like that. I've never seen, I've never seen anything what she's doing right now. We came here and we said from the beginning, before even during the campaign, if it was Raila, we would also say the truth. If he was doing some of these things like the way Ruto's doing, it's not like we are saying it because it's Ruto. Our freedom matter. To keep the constitution is very, very important. But when a man comes in and now he thinks he can run anybody,
He doesn't care what you say. And he has a vice president who's the worst, who's a tribalist, who thinks everybody should be his tribe. I mean, for now, almost 15 years, let's say 12, we have been having only 2 tribes running the country. And that's what people are not saying the truth. Simply, I'm saying when it comes to secretaries and other things, of course, for presidency and vice presidency, for almost since independence, we know it's only 2 tribes. And that's what's killing Kenya. And in nonsense, people are just telling us, unajua nini? Ade alishinda kura, hakushinda kura. Cartels are running our country. It's cartels. Can you imagine where this guy got all this money? Imagine the money spent on campaigns, the money he gave for all these charges, the money still given. I mean, we came here and said, for a country to be fair, we must have a private sector. If a country has to go economic way, a country where government is involved, things would never work. And remember, Bernard, we give example of, the Kenya National Bank. Kenya National Bank never worked. Mumias is corruption. All these industries where, things like Kenya Power. We know what happened to Kenya Post and Telecommunication. Anything, even Kenya Airways, where the government was involved until it was kind of private, it was just like everything was going south. Then all of a sudden now Kenyans miss how. Then somebody's coming and says an ASRA fund, the answer you ASRA, the government is going to give you that. That one, it's not going to work. It's going to collapse. That's a fact. It's going to collapse. If you depend on a government, such as Kenya, imagine Ruto akona bengi. Yeah, first of all, where did he get the money? They are printing the money. Where did he get the money? I thought the COVID, when they came in, they said there was nothing. Now they're just giving out that money. It's not bad to give money, but how do you give the money? They are telling people you take a loan. Which loan are we talking about? They give you 500 tons to be 475. By the time you take everything, it's just like you have left with nothing, and they give you 14 days. What about, can you imagine 2027? He's going to say, oh, it doesn't matter. You can keep that money no more, because he's bribing. This bribery. This is trying to bribe people. If he was smart, what he could have done was to say, you know what, because of COVID and other things, economical difficulties in the country, we are going to try to stimulate the economy. Maybe by giving 500 shillings to everybody, wherever, not everybody, but those people who qualify. That one will just give him that. But to come and say he's studying something where you take a loan, then from there you start borrowing that loan going to us. So what's the end of this? Like last night I was asking, who's the chairman of this fund? Who's the treasurer? Where are the checks and the balances? It's just like we are doing things, we are doomed. Hii mambo Ruto anafanya ni mambo ya 1980s. Yeah? When some people were running business, hata mtu ajui where the bank is, mambo ya bank iko wapi. Being a president, just because he's a president, now you are starting something. This is, okay, he had a good idea. But the way he's doing things is wrong. He could have stimulated the economy through, maybe he can just say, okay, if you want, let's say something, a small business, they could have done as a parliament and as a government, they reduced the taxes. Or what they could have done is they just like they go there, they request a bank or some loans, make loans available for these people. But in a private sector. But this idea of now the governments, they want to give you money, you borrow from the government, they charge you, they invest for you, wanakuambia even some savings, which I don't know where it is. Hey, man, but this is, you know what? This is one way they are stealing money right now. I'm very sure the money is being stolen when people you don't know. At the end of the day, a lot of money will be gone. A lot of money will be gone at the end of the day. And this one here has to it has to stop. This one has to stop. Otherwise, by the time we realize, it's just like these people have returned their money the way they campaigned in the shadow of, when I say in the shadow of Asra Fund. Man, who's getting the money? How do you know that the people are getting the money is on people? Yeah? How do you trust him if this man can appoint only the Karenjins in some other places, and because of Gachawa, he gets some people from Mount Kenya? I mean, these are tribalists. These people, they are not running a country. They are running. These are tribal leaders. These are tribal leaders, and we should not allow them to bring all this nonsense they are doing right now. I'm very disappointed about them. Rahira gave them a chance. Everybody gave them a chance, but they squandered it. They called for this, and I think they did it intentionally. They did it intentionally so that every time now there's a scapegoat. It's because of Raila this never happened. It's because of him this never happened. But at the same time, that what made Rahira, we want to support him. We cannot sit down and engage with this dictator. Can you imagine? He has not been 100 days since he became the president. He has gone from Kenya, he has gone to Uganda, Southern Sudan, United States, I don't know where, I don't know what. Imagine all this money he has been using. We are not against that, but it's the way he's handling himself, the way he does things. The way he does things is very wrong. We can't go back near your time. We can't go back. And that one is asking for trouble. This is not the Kenya of when he was there, when they came up with the youth can whatever with Chirongo, those days. Those days are gone. I want to remind him, we Kenya, we are different from Uganda, we are different from Rwanda, we are different from Tanzania. All those countries, what they have in common, most of them, they are dictatorship. Their presidents above the law, but not our president in Kenya. Mr. Ruto, you keep on doing what you're doing right now, you will find yourself, you get out. You'll get out. If you think that because of maybe your tribe and other people will prevent you, I'm telling you, our constitution is bigger than anybody else. It should be respected, and we should respect each individual. Be it what? Respect the writer, respect the rule of law. We have seen what you have done the few days you have been in office. The most crooks, they are being set free. People killed, they are being set free. During the campaign, we know at the centerpiece of the campaign was corruption. And that's not something which is going on right now. Instead, you have become as a president to promote corruption, and that's what you are doing. Hell with you, Ruto. Hell. Hell, unless you change, my friend, this is not going to end very well. You think Kenyans are stupid? Right now, maybe you have them in your pocket. But as we go by, I'm telling you, you will see hell. It's either you change the way you are ruling this country because you have the power, you and your vice president. We are tired of you guys of being, I mean, like the vice president, he thinks that everybody should be a Kikuyu, which is not bad. We love Kikuyu people. But he thinks that if you are not in Central is Kenya. Everything. Just see Amen Pacific, where he spends his time. 99.9% is in Central. Then from there he says, oh, I'm waiting for William, then next year we start going to the rest of the country. We are kutanganya watu bwana. Kenya si wa Kikuyu or Karenjins. We know there are nice people from Karenjin and the Kikuyu who wants Kenya to be a good country. But these people, they think that by using the Kikuyu and the Karenjin, they think that because they have that power from them, they can do what they want. You know what? There was Idi Amin, there was Gaddafi, and other dictators. And that's where you are headed to. But this is New Kenya, and we cannot go back. We went to 2007, we don't want to go back to 2007. First of all, we know Ruto was not for a new constitution. He wanted to be a dictator from the beginning. He was against the constitution. Now he has a way. He wants to, he thinks that Kenya can be a one party. Yani unafikiri hii ni CCM Tanzania bwana. This is not going to happen. UTA, well, that one will never, that's a dream which will never come true. I'm telling you, that dream will never come true. Not with Kenya. Even I know, even the people from Reverts and even Central Province, if you overdo things, they go against you, and that's why I love my country. When you overdo things, people will go against you because of our freedom. But there are some few people, like the members of parliament, the worst parliament we have so far, who thinks that they can also follow what Ruto tells them. I call them the most useless parliament ever. If you keep doing things the way you are doing things, you are in parliament for the right of the people, not what Ruto tells you to do. Make sure you do the right thing. If you think something is not right, it's not going to affect everybody, just stand for what's right. But if you just become, because you are UDA, you think UDA, and whenever you see Raila is a war, you call him names. You know what? At the end of the day, we are watching you. And remember, there are some tapes. You can say what you want to say right now. Some of you, time will come when you want to run for presidency. Some of these things will come and hunt you down. Be careful what you say. None, nobody ever will be like Raila Odinga in Kenya. He's the savior of Kenya. But he brought freedom, and he went to jail for us. And if you think like some of you can say and call him words like the way you're doing, then be warned. Be warned. Be warned. It will never end good for you. But at this point, Bernard, let me just leave it there. We hope, we know we have challenges right now in our country, but we are on support Baba on Wednesday. Then we see what happens. If Ruto wants to bring it on, and they see what happens. But what he has to realize, Nyayo tried, and Nyayo failed. And you know what happened? Raila became there, 2071 election, they stole from him. He has been winning all this time, they are stealing from him. Ruto has never won an election, lakini anataka kuweka kifua mbele. Let's see how far he goes with hiyo kifua yake. Thank you, Bernard. I look forward for the discussion.
Okay, thank you, Robert, for that. Thank you so much for being so elaborate and clear. I trust everybody is up to speed in terms of knowing what is required and what needs to be embraced at this point in time in securing the welfare of this great country. Kenya is only safe when every Kenyan is taken care of. Any one Kenya that is mistreated, especially by the government, puts the entire country at risk. And that is why we are standing in solidarity with the commissioners of IEBC. Let the Kenya Kwanza justify the reason why they want them out of office. And more than that, there are enough atrocities that the Kenya Kwanza has visited on Kenyans that are unforgivable at this point in time. Before they finish their 100 days in office, kazi mtaani ilikwisha, subsidy ya chakula ikaisha, subsidy ya petrol ikaisha. Wakenya are eating from hand to mouth. And then you want to add problems on top of them by asking them to help you become a dictator so that you rule them forever. That is not going to work. If you think you can be Museveni in Kenya, Museveni is our good neighbor. He will be willing to accommodate you when we can no longer contain you in this great country. We are not here to overthrow a government, but we're here to see to it that Kenya must be led according to the Constitution. And any person violating the Constitution must face the wrath of Kenyans. And that's why the framers of the Constitution are left a leeway that when the state captures the judiciary, the state captures parliament, the state captures the church, the state captures every other avenue we can use to address our grievances, then we take it back to the people. And so now that Baba has gotten back to the people and is asking them whether these commissioners should go or not, we are at Kamkunji on the 7th to see to it that that continues. And the momentum is on. The momentum is on. I'm sure the 12th is going to be very interesting. I can't wait for the 12th to see the parallel rallies. Na nataka kila media house ipeane half screen. Tuone nani ako na Wakenya na nani ako na viongozi wa kununuliwa peke yake. Mbivu na mbichi lazima ijulikane. Ukweli ni kwamba this country requires leadership badly. It requires leadership badly. Wale watu wako katika uongozi hawafai. Kwa siku 60 wamekuwa katika uongozi, hawajafanya chochote cha kusaidia Mkenya. Wamefanya kila kitu cha kujisaidia wenyewe na kuharibu maisha ya Wakenya. That is why we're here to see to it that Kenya Kwanza should be punished for what they are visiting on innocent Kenyans in the name of taking what is theirs and then leaving them with nothing. You take away kazi mtaani, you replace with nothing. You take away subsidy on petrol, you replace with nothing. Take subsidy on food, you replace with nothing. Then you come up with what? You have sworn in the judges and you have reinstated the Waititu to be chairman. How does that help Kenyans? Come on. If you want to be the president of the country, you must accept to be a father of the country. And the father does not look in one side. A father sees to it that every member of the family is taken care of, is safe and secure. That's what presidency is. You don't become president for flying the flag around and roaming around the globe, signing contracts in the name of president of the country. Your presidency requires the welfare of each and every Kenyan. Are you safeguarding Kenyans or you are making them vulnerable? Right now, the crime rate is going to increase because many people are jobless. And then you are even taking what is theirs, what they have at hand, leaving them with nothing. What do you leave? What options do you leave with them? And the cabinet ya Kenya Kwanza, sijui wanakutana wakisema nini. Si mkutane mkisema ukweli kwani mtakufa. Ambia rais ukweli, hii mambo si vizuri. Kenyans need to be safeguarded, not to be turned into minced meat by their problems. Bado mapambano, dakika moja, you play one video and then you come through and make your submission. Thank you all of you on the na wale ambao mnaendelea kukaribishana, tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana, tuambiane ukweli, tusidanganyane na kila Mkenya aulize maswali yanayofaa ili apate majibu kwa maswala yanayotukumba.
The poor because of your position of privilege. Ulirewa marewa uliwachenda iwe. Uliwachenda iwe. Ulirewa marewa.
Order Senator Kalwale. You know this is not a market place. And you cannot just start singing lawyer songs which nobody understands what you are.
They can survive and thrive on their own? Have they not learned from the pandemic? Can there be peace and prosperity if 1/3 of the world literally prospers and the other 2/3 of the world live under siege and face calamitous threats to our well-being? What the world needs now, my friends, is that which is within the ambit of less than 200 persons who are willing and prepared to lead. Leaders must not fail those who elect them to lead. And I say to you, there is a sword that can cut down this Gordian knot, and it has been wielded before. The central banks of the wealthiest countries engaged in $25 trillion of quantitative easing in the last 13 years. 25 trillion. Of that, 9 trillion was in the last 18 months to fight the pandemic. Had we used that 25 trillion to purchase bonds, to finance the energy transition, or the transition of how we eat, or how we move ourselves in transport, we would now today be reaching that 1.5 degrees limit that is so vital to us. I say to you today in Glasgow that an annual increase in the SDRs of $500 billion a year for 20 years, put in a trust to finance the transition, is the real gap, Secretary General, that we need to close, not the 50 billion being proposed for adaptation. And if 500 billion sounds big to you, guess what? It is just 2% of the 25 trillion. This is the sword we need to wield. Our excitement 1 hour into this event is far less than it was 6 months ago leading up to this event. Can we, with those voices and these speeches from Sir David and us, find it within ourselves to get the resolve to bring Glasgow back on track? Or do we leave today believing that it was a failure before it starts? Our world, my friends, stands at a fork in the road. One no less significant than when the United Nations was formed in 1945. But then, the majority of our countries here did not exist. We exist now. The difference is we want to exist 100 years from now. And if our existence is to mean anything, then we must act in the interests of all of our people who are dependent on us. And if we don't, we will allow the path of greed and selfishness to sow the seeds of our common destruction. The leaders of today, not 2030, not 2050, must make this choice. It is in our hands, and our people and our planet need it more than ever. We can work with who is ready to go, because the train is ready to leave. And those who are not yet ready, we need to continue to ring circle and to remind them that their people, not our people, but their citizens, need them to get on board as soon as possible. Code red to the G7 countries. Code red to the G20. Earth to COP, that's what it said. Earth to COP. For those who have eyes to see, for those who have ears to listen, and for those who have heart to feel, 1.5 is what we need to survive. 2 degrees, yes, SG, is a death sentence for the people of Antigua and Barbuda, for the people of the Maldives, for the people of Dominica and Fiji, for the people of Kenya and Mozambique, and yes, for the people of Samoa and Barbados. We do not want that dreaded death sentence. And we've come here today to say, try harder. Try harder, because the world, the planet, needs our actions now, not next year, not in the next decade. Thank you.
Glad you're still watching. Thank you so much for continuing following our discussion. I trust they are adding value to you. Please, let's keep with the conversation. Don't watch alone. Invite somebody so that they can share into the joy of seeing Kenyans airing their views on their country and how the country should be governed. Bado mapambano. Vipi lakini?
Poa sana. Hi, Bernard. I can see Roba there and Nyambane. You know, when you look at and listen to those kind of leaders, and you really envy you really envy them because they have powerful people of integrity that speak their mind. So when I saw that piece of video, I was so encouraged that the people there woke up and elected leaders that make sense, not like Kenya, where we reward criminals, you know. And I told people here, and let me tell you something. Somebody is undermining and belittling this maandamano. Now, let me tell you, Bernard, the person who has access to your toothpaste or toothbrush, your house girl, you should respect that person. Because akisema your toothbrush atakuwa anaosha na maji ya choo, my friend, you might disrespect her, hate her, but this is the lady or the person who is going to cause infection in your life. Somebody is saying that the maandamano anaichukulia, you are very young in leadership, you are very immature in governance, your government is 3 months, 2 months old, yet you are talking as if you are the president of Africa. This is the biggest mistake this regime is doing, because we have 1001 reasons why we need to go to that maandamano. It doesn't matter where you are. First of all, if you know that you've been excluded in this governance since 1960, don't fail in this maandamano. And I'm talking to the people of Western, people of Nyanza, people of Coast. If you know you have been excluded, this is your maandamano. If you know that the 20 bob that was increased immediately this regime come into power, don't fail in this maandamano. Be there to be heard. If you know that somebody wants to poison you with GMO, usikose kuja kwa hii maandamano. And if you know that you cannot wake up and walk out very freely in your area because of insecurity, this is your maandamano. And if you know that you need to protect the freedom of expression that was left by Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta and Mwai Kibaki, this is your maandamano. If you know that the electrical bills have raised and you cannot do business, this is your maandamano. So maandamano it will be like no other. I can tell you, for the first time, even people in suits and vehicles will come to this maandamano. Why? Because it is time to rescue our country from a criminal enterprise of a regime. Because there's no way you can sit and see people appointing Waitito, who we know are thugs, to be our leaders in this generation. We cannot afford to watch this thing continue going like this. Humphrey Kariuki, tax evaders, Wamboi, some co-wife of somebody, being the CA chairman or chair lady. That is backwardness, and we cannot allow this. It doesn't matter how many people, how many times these people are going to go to the church. Guys, it is time to liberate our country. Even if it costs we do it for the next 5 years, let us come out and fight for our right. We deserve better. What we have is not better, and we know they forced their way to lead us. We know there was a lot of cooking, a lot of planning, so that they become the presidents and they become the leaders of this country. So people of Kenya, we have many, many reasons why we should come out and to undermine in peace, so that this government should have to make sense and to tell them and our voices to be heard. And if you know you have nothing to do, you have no job, this is your maandamano. Hapa ni bali unakuja tunakupatia kazi ya kuandamana. Kwa hivyo, Wakenya, we have many and numerous reasons why we should have this maandamano. Even parents who don't know whether it is CBC or no CBC, a confused government that is not telling us where we are going in terms of education, playing around with the factors of education and the foundation of education, then this is our maandamano. We need clarity, and we cannot afford this. And if you know you are in what we call kazi mtaani and you don't have that kazi mtaani, hii ni maandamano yako. We must come out. And lastly, I want to talk about this hustler fund. I want to know which country in the world engages in business. The reason why this hustler fund is pathetic, and they are giving us numbers that are coming like the Bugatti numbers, is because government should desist from doing business with the people. And those people who have received that money, that is your taxpayer money, eat it and don't return it. Because that is, how do you, mtu anaweza kukopeshea aje pesa yako ya tax? How? It is immoral, it is unbecoming behavior, and it is evil. So we should not allow ourselves to do business with the government. When they are saving this money, where is the money going? And they are giving us stories that they have deposited 5 billion, which 3 billion, and it is 500 bob for the people. Watu wakule Christmas hii number, hii pesa, kununua munga ya ngano, inatosha unga ngano na mafuta, wale wa mugoka wanunue mugoka, wale wa hii kanusu wanunue kanusu. You enjoy, it is your money. And then lastly, the president says that hii maandamano ndio inaharibu uchumi. Hii maandamano hayaribu uchumi. Uchumi unaharibiwa na corruption, my friend. Wizi wa mali ya umma, wizi wa mashamba ambao ni ya wananchi, wizi ya pesa ambazo zinataka kwenda hospitali. Si maandamano. Maandamano ndio ileta second liberation. Maandamano ndio ileta hata hii vitu inaitwa devolution. Kwa hivyo maandamano ndio inaitanga economy, ina grow economy. Hii maandamano ndio tunajua imeleta Kenya pahali iko today. We are going to go to that maandamano and we are not turning back. And this time around, kill us, destroy us, whatever you want to do, but we are not turning back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Bado mapambano, I agree with you. We must push back everything Kenya Kwanza is trying to push down the throat of Kenyans, especially when it is not within the framework of our constitution. Abuse of the law in one place means abuse of the law every other place. The Bible says if you break one law, you are guilty of breaking them all. Now that Kenya Kwanza wants to get rid of the commissioners of IEBC without following the law, they are looking for leeway not to follow the law in every other thing they are planning to do. And the lame JLAC committee has already proposed the tribunal. The tribunal has already been sworn in. Look at the speed upon which they are working. When there was emergency of famine, when farmers were selling a whole cow for 500, there was no tribunal. There was no emergency team. There was no committee. There was no parliament sitting. But now to get rid of the IBC commissioners illegally out of office, they have quick meeting with deadlines they want to push. That must not be late alone. And the push must continue until we attain the required results. Either Kenya Kwanza shapes up or they shape out. So this is only the beginning. By the time we are crossing February, Kenya Kwanza will find where to hide. All the same, karibuni kila moja. I'm sharing my other channel for YouTube. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to Triumphant Bible Media. That is a place where we do our Bible teachings. Those of you who enjoy Bible teachings, please do that. Although we also do it on MDVD TV, we want you to be a subscriber to Triumphant Bible Media. Tuendeleze hiyo channel pia. ili tukajifunze neno la Mungu kwa pamoja na tukamakinike katika kumjua Mungu kwa kweli, kwa sababu Mungu wa uongo pia ameletwa na Kenya Kwanza katika Kenya. So mjitahidi kujua Mungu wa kweli. Asante. Naona Mama Mary amekuja. Mama, vipi leo?
Nzuri sana Bernard. Nyambane, habari yako? Kila kitu ni nzuri.
Yes, just a moment, Mama. I want to play a video, then you can pick from there the conversation. Okay.
To Kenya. Boss, nikichelewa job. I have proof, man. I have proof. Hapa tutoki man. Bado unga iko, nimebeba moja. I think I'm going for the next lot. I'm going for the next one. Guys.
Asra Nation.
Guys, hata hatutaki hivi.
That's the kind of country Kenya Kwanza wants to give us. Mama Mary, continue.
Bernard, before I go on, can I understand what is that? I haven't seen it. What happened?
The lorry carrying unga had an accident. It fell by the roadside. So wananchi went to share the unga. They are calling each other, carrying the unga away.
I hope it is not GMO unga. I'm sorry to say so.
I also don't know. I've not established that, but it looks like a supermarket kind of lorry. Nowadays, there is transportation. So it was going either to the warehouse or they are moving it to the supermarket. So ikaanguka, and then when a lorry fails, si watu wanakimbianga kuokoa wale wamekuwa dereva labda turnboy. Hawa wameenda kuokoa unga.
Okay. The life continue. Okay. I'm here to say yesterday I was on forum, but after I left, there was this Mr. Mise who accused me that I was talking about PIN number for the Hustlers Fund. Nikajiuliza, that one should not even come from his mouth, because 500 shillings does not deserve for me to give out my PIN number so that you can go and see what I have in my granary. Even kumaanisha, these people are eyeing on people's granaries to see what you have there. Hii 500, he's just fulfilling his promise, he promised, but it's a peanut when you compare with the money that he said he's gonna give to these people. Hustlers, they have a long way to go. And I'm sorry, this is the life you chose and you're gonna have it hard. There is no mercy on you, and you are not going to get to where you are thinking. You are not going to survive how you thought that you are going to survive with your family or make your business more. It's going to shrink because you're gonna pay this money back. And furthermore, you are not even getting those 500 as a whole. You still have been deducted some money to keep for you. And you wonder, you are the one who knows how you can keep your life up. It's not the government. And now the government is coming to control you. In fact, there was somebody who said this is how dictatorship comes, because these people are being shredded. They are being clipped from the bottom to fall down. And once you fall down, you are done. To wake up, it's no way. So this is very harsh on everybody in the country, because these are our children, and the way they wanted to uplift their life and expectation is not working. Where will they go? They will start doing bad stuff, and you know what I'm talking about. Kwa sababu mtu akikosa kitu ya kukula lazima apate, na mtu akitumia lazima, it is not a good word. It's not a good, it's not something that we want to entertain. Anyway, we'll say Ruto since 2013 elections hizo zote Chebukati alikuwa amesimamia na kuiba na kufanya all those shenanigans. Ruto was the mastermind. Now ukiangalia, in most cases whereby you find out and you really prove that there is a mastermind, huyo ndio anapataga harsh punishment, kwa sababu huyo ndio anakuaga ameongoza majambazi wafanye mambo mbaya. Na kwa hivyo, and this one I'm saying because when you remember Ruto saying that he wanted to slap Uhuru, Uhuru was not for that. Uhuru was for peace. Uhuru wanted an election that would be smoothly understood and taken into account that it's real, it's authentic, it's not something faked. So when Uhuru said want to go to Ishaweri, he was not a kid, he was not a coward, he was not lying, he was seriously in his heart that he wanted to have peace in the country. But the mastermind wanted to slap him. You can see how this guy has been shaping our country slowly by slowly. And because he sees himself, he is young and strong, he keeps on going. And now that is where he is, on the chair. What is he doing to Kenyans? He's laughing at you. And he can even slap you. And nobody can do anything to him, because he has the government. Kenyans, I don't think it is time for you to relax and sit down and think that we are comfortable or we have a government. This is a dictatorship government. Take it, leave it. It's real and it is coming. And in fact, these people who are being given this money, it's not money to help them. It's not money to support them. It's not the money to upkeep them. Ni kuwaweka holele holele, wakimbie kimbia ati na waone kama hiyo serikali imefanya kitu. But the government, they are laughing. They are enjoying the motion. Hizi pesa hawajatoa kwa mifuko yao awapee, kwa hivyo hana uchungu nayo. Ni pesa zenu ametawanya hivyo na anawatumia nazo. Na nyinyi mnaona kama mmefaidika ama mmesaidiwa. Tafadhali, think twice. The harshness is coming. Your life is being tormented. Your life is being destroyed while you are watching. Raila will keep this country on check in the right direction. Mukubali msikubali, Raila ana neno muhimu sana. Kitu ambacho kinaweza kutuweka sisi tufurahie na tuishi maisha kama hapo mbeleni. Though it has been hard, but Raila has a meaning for the country. He has the last word for the country. He knows in and out of the government. He knows where we can go and get it right. What is going on right now is just enjoying us. It's just playing games. Kwanza mimi nikiangalia hawa watu wote wamechaguliwa, the way they talk, it's just like children. In fact, even they have no reasoning capacity. I would like to interview them and they tell me what they think in their mind, and they should be honest. They should be right in their heart and right in their mind to tell us what they are doing in that government and what is right for them to be in that government. Tell us what made you to be on the post that you have been given. What rights? How experienced are you that you can lead us, that you can tell us something we can listen? It's just like a game they are playing. This is a country with so many people. And in fact, if we depend on you and you look stupid, you look timid, we'll take you out. Because we think we ourselves, we are more learned, we are more experienced, we are more understanding. And so when you fool us, we understand before even you fool us. But the bitterness is, we can't reach you. How can we do this? Maandamano iendelee. Ndio yule ataona kweli moto imewaka, ajiuzulu, aondoke. Because we are not going to accept these manners that they are trying to show us you can do whatever you want to do. We are in the government. Which government? This government is owned by Kenyans. And Kenyans cannot just lay down while they are being ambushed with wrong ideas. Tuna shida kubwa sana, kwa sababu tuliingiwa na mtu ambaye anajigamba ati ni mtu wa Mungu. Do you know, even I sympathize. I really sympathize. Because I don't understand how people can just stand and say, sisi ni watu, ati na mtu. Yes, you can afford to be in church because you have got no other business. You can even always, even every day, because there are people, guarding you, driving you, you don't have anything you do just to eat and relax. And then you go to church every day or every Sunday so that we can see you are holy. What? Really? You are insulting all Kenyans. You are really putting us in a very bad way that even people get challenged or confused. What is going on in our country? What is all this? Why is the president decided at long last to be a godly person every Sunday so that he can do whatever he wants to do, and he is doing very bad things afterwards? I can expect somebody who is that Christian, who doesn't care about people's life, who doesn't care what people will be served to eat, whether it is poison, and you call yourself a Christian. What is a Christian? The action of a Christian tells. And when we see somebody pretending to be a Christian, please, Kenyans, run away from him. Run away. Leave him alone. We are not going to go down with him. He's gonna go down. It's very, very challenging for people who doesn't know about God, trying to be godly people, and they try to assimilate themselves so that we can see, why can't he even do good things even without mentioning God's name, even not going to church? Do the right thing, do good things, even going to church, you'll be blessed. Where you'll be. Going to church, that is religious. You're just going there for sure, prestige. Kwa sababu watu watamiminika huko, ama watu watakaa wamenyamaza kwa sababu mkubwa ako. It's a terrible situation Kenya is, with the governance or leadership of the man called Ruto, who pretends to be God's person. I wonder what is going on in our country. I am one of those people who are very saddened And I feel we are not going the right way. And I pray for Baba. Always, I'll be saying that. I pray for Baba to be strong and stand up. We are behind him, and we want him to grow strong, and God will guide him. He'll give the last word that will help this country, and this country will stand. Kenyans, let's stand. We are not inciting for violence. We want Maandamano to make the person understand that he is on check and he's not doing the right thing. And we want him to change and forget about telling us he's a godly man. Do good things and we will see. If you are godly, do right things, because that is what we believe, that God is after good things. It's not about punishing the whole lot of Kenyans because they don't have way out. We have a way out. Maandamano iendelee ndio watu waelewe nchi yetu imesimama. For now, I will sit back and listen. Thank you, Bernard.
Asante sana Mama Mary. Thank you so much for that elaborate submission. We believe Kenyans are getting the insight they need to be part and parcel of a great Kenya that is secure and safe for every Kenyan. Leadership requires that we help solve and make life easy for people, not hard. So Kenya Kwanza seems to have lost direction. They think by making life harder for Kenyans will keep them in power. But this time round, wamekosea mahesabu. Kuanzia Wednesday watajua kwamba wajui hii nchi ni ya wenyewe, na wenye nchi ni sisi kama Wakenya, na tutakubali mtu kutuchezea kama anavyopenda. Alivyoingia IBC akaiteka nyara, akaifanya ikafanya vile anataka, akaingia judiciary akaiteka nyara ifanye vile anavyotaka. Tutaona vile ataingia kwa Wakenya atuteke nyara atufanye vile anavyotaka. But ukweli ni kwamba we will not succumb to that. We've been here before. We will rise here stronger. And I'm happy that Baba is focused and committed to this. I just pray that Kenyans of goodwill will rise up to the occasion and push through. Hakuna kurudi nyuma until we achieve what we need. And that is a country that we can live for our children and our children's children without being worried what will become of them. And that country must be just, that country must be food secure, must be, a guarantee, it must have working systems. Why is Kenya Kwanza afraid of putting up systems that will help easy the life of Kenyans? They want to guess everything. Everything is left now to chance. Mpaka sasa at Hustler Fund, it's not even Hustler Fund, it's Hustler Loan. Okay? It was a fund when it was promised. Now it is a loan. And then the loan itself is complicated. You can't get beyond 1,500. Now, what are you going to do with 1,500? 1,500, you enter with it in the supermarket, you come back with a handbag unabeba na mkono moja, and you will not have finished shopping for the family. And so it's a joke. And then the deputy president makes fun of it. Atuchukue your 500 kwanza kufanya kazi ya mtura. I mean, hata kama ni kudharau watu tu unawadharau na kaheshima kidogo. Uwapatie 500 waende kutumia kuanzishia biashara ya mtura. Is that what G has been doing to have the 7 billion he's been chasing in court, and the other 200 and something million alikuwa nauza mtura? Christopher, vipi lakini?
Yes, good evening, Bernard.
Good evening to you. How are you?
Yes, I'm okay, Bernard. I'm very delighted to be connected to you from Kitgum, Uganda.
Oh, you're welcome, and you're in the dark.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, although we can't see you. What's happening?
No, I'm in the darkness. I'm in the darkness, please.
Are you in the dark by choice or by design?
Are you there?
Yes, I can get you. Just
By design.
okay, then make your
Yeah, I'm very
submission.
glad. Yes, please. I'm very happy that you are trying to link up every people who are concerned, those who knows what is politics and those who know what life it is. I'm very happy. I'm calling. I'm from Kitgum district. This is northern Uganda. So I keep watching all this media concerning what is within the East Africa. I'm very happy Baba is doing quite well, but very many people, of which there are not many either, they are just trying hooliganism. They are just trying to bring issues which is not the right thing to do today. People are running very far and they are creating us to be like this just because of self-interest. It's not for the country. I'm really I can't express it. I'm just very happy because you have opened up this thing such that you can hurt even people around the world. Can you imagine Kitgum? This is northern Uganda. We watch all this. I watch this thing. I love it. I love Baba. Baba is doing great for the country as well as East Africa, not only for Kenya. I love Kenya. My wife is a Kenyan. We are all one as Luo, if I would say. Although it's not very important to say Luo, but what is about democracy? I'm too excited, Mr. Bernard, and all of you who are participating here. It's just an encouragement word that let Baba keep on, the seventh. I pray from here that let it happen, because that is the only way to go. If you see war rampant in the East Africa, DRC, we don't want more war. We want people who talk like Baba, who wants peace. Not that we cannot take arms like they are doing, but we want peace, peaceful transition. I feel like crying, I'm telling you. It's so bad. This is not what we wanted. We wanted people who can speak and confront the truth, not like stealing, doing all thuggery things. I'm very sorry. Maybe I've missed my words. Please, people, forgive me. Talk. Let people. What is this money? What are they talking about? Like my brother there. Is my Moko, I would say. That the president is my Moko. I got a wife from Eldoret. So I'm very sorry for what he's doing. People talk, don't give up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christopher. We appreciate that, and you're right. We are one family. There is a reason why God placed us in East Africa, and our safety requires everyone's freedom, and that freedom will not come on a silver platter. We'll need to put in some pressure, especially when we have determined oppressors. And oppression to anyone is similar, and so it needs to be fought by the same energy and the same commitment. I'm glad that we are all sharing into this, and we want a free Africa, not just East Africa, not just Kenya. We want a free Africa, because what's happening around this continent is so sickening that we cannot fold our hands anymore. We just need to arm ourselves and do the right thing. There is Geoffrey Ruto anasema peaceful demonstration will never bear any fruit, but violence will also comes with high price. As Mio, you have a choice. The rest of Kenyans will sit and watch the movie. This is no movie, Geoffrey Ruto. We promise you, you're going to have it rough. You are going to have it rough. If you are not here during
Yeah.
Sabasaba, you're going to watch a new Sabasaba in a new way. And the moment we hold this country at a standstill, you know us now. The moment we hold this country at a standstill, we will not be the one calling for negotiation. It will be your president calling for negotiation. And at that time, it will be too late. Because this time, no handshake. We are not advocating for handshake. There's no peaceful settlement without justice. Because 2017, we let go. We went for handshake and thought things are going to get right. Now, this time, we want full justice. The person who wins election is the one to be sworn in, not another fake something cooked by Chebukati and presented to us. And so, Geoffrey Ruto, advise your team to understand that the demos and the consultations around the country will not go well. It will not go well. So just get prepared. If you think you're going to watch it, I sympathize with you because this one, I promise you, is not going to be easy like you think. Hii haitakuwa kunyoa reli. Kunyoa reli, that was spontaneous. This one is systematic. It's arranged from Kamkunji, Jacaranda. From Jacaranda, we go to Kakamega. From Kakamega, Kisumu. By the time we get to 64 Stadium Eldoret, you will know the majority of this country are Azimio. Kenya Kwanza are the minority, and their presidents by fabrication. Let's move on. Thank you, everyone. Please, if you're able to get us, continue inviting somebody to watch with you and learn something from the conversation of all Kenyans of goodwill and other African around the country who have interest in what becomes our tomorrow by securing the future of our children and our children's children. If we don't correct the wrongs now, we postpone them to the next generation, and the next generation is going to blame us for doing nothing to stop the evil that was germinating under our watch. And so you can be an irresponsible parent who transfers problems to the next generation, or a responsible one who stops every problem so that your children's children will deal with their own problems and not having to solve your own problem before they begin to solve theirs. The reason we are talking is because we want a Kenya where our children will grow freely and be able to find space to function as leaders at all levels without having to bribe anybody, without having to go and worship anybody. That is the kind of Kenya we want, and that's the kind of world we want to be part of. But this one, you have to go and pay homage to so and so, swear allegiance to so and have to bribe so and so. That Kenya must be brought to an end. And so, President Ruto and team must not get away with the injustice they want to vent on the four commissioners. As soon as they get away with this, there's nothing else they will not get away with. So tukutane Kamkunji, na kuja Kamkunji ukiwa serious, because the struggle may be long, but it will bear fruit. It will bear fruit, no doubt. No doubt. Asante, kuna public participation. How are you?
Fine, Bernard. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. Hi, Mary. Hi, Christopher. Hey. Najua, Bernard, since this government came into place, you know, we're in a kind of a nightmare situation. We deal a nightmare situation, like sometimes something bad happens, and then when you go to sleep in the morning, ukiamka, unakuanga like umesahau, then unakumbuka, then unasema, hey, I wish it was a dream. It was just a bad dream. But kumbe it's the reality. That's the situation we are fighting ourselves here. This is what we are doing. The good thing with us, we knew from the beginning that huu mtu ni mtu ya aina gani. So we are not in denial, we are not in denial about who he is. We just knew what to expect, that there's nothing good you can expect from this guy. There's nothing which is going to materialize. Kwa sababu unajua there's no miracle here. Kama mtu for the last more than 10 years yamekuwa in politics since time ya Y2K. Hakuna kitu kingine tumeona kutoka kwake, ni corruption, more corruption, other things like murder of suspects and those kinds of bad things. Hakuna kitu hata moja yenye unaweza sema that this guy you can remember one good thing. So I don't know what is this confusion ilifika watu wa UDA wakadecide kuweza kuvotia huyu mtu, because even if it's a job, tele ukienda ku apply wanaangaliaga your past record to see what you have accomplished and what you have. Sasa watu ya UDA they were cheated, or rather they were duped by us that unajua the problem was Uhuru and the problem was Raila, because they shook hands, so now we could not perform the big four. In fact, I remember very well when he was campaigning with the big four, akiambia watu that tulikuwa na mpango mzuri ya kufanya big four, but now kuna mtu mwenye alikuja katikati hapa akapoteza network ya president, akashindwa kufanya big four, akaconcentrate sasa na mambo ya BBI. Sasa anajitoa as if he was not in that government. Hata kama and the second term walikosana, he cannot say first term hawakuachieve kwa sababu walikuwa wamekosana in the first term. But you see now, hiyo ndio inakuja nayo na Wakenya now, especially UDA members, supporters, they are so gullible, you know. Wanna believe anything which they are told, hata without much reasoning. Alafu also Kenyans, they have this thing whereby they are always driven by wanataka kutoa mtu. Sasa wanataka kupanish Uhuru na wanataka kutoa baba, so they elect somebody who has a very very bad record. Sasa here we are. We are in a mess. Everything is a mess. Hakuna kitu ina work. And then you see now us guys, unajua sisi tulianza ku go through the 5 stages of grieving kutoka the beginning, just immediately when all things fell apart 3 months ago. We started going through that cycle of grief, and we went through the stages. Sahi akili yetu iko timamu tu kabisa. We have moved on from emotions. Now we are dealing with the facts. Watu ya UDA sasa ndio wanaanza kuamka. Now is when reality starting to hit them, the kind of a scenario which they are in, the kind of a person they voted in. Because if anything, kwanza hao hustlers ndio the first recipient of all these negative things. Like sasa venye nani alitoa subsidy ya unga, that one does not affect, that one directly affects the hustler. It doesn't affect maybe a middle class person ama upper class person. It affects sana a lower class person, because hiyo ndio staple food to most hustlers. Akatoka hapo fuel subsidy ndio hiyo akatoa. Many hustlers wanapikanga na kerosene. It has now become very unaffordable for them. So from there akatoka sasa akaenda kwa mambo ya GMO, ati analeta how many 10 tons or I don't know how many 10 million tons, 10 million bags or something of GMO, and he's doing it just when farmers are harvesting. Hata wajamaliza kuharvest ndo huyu ataleta. So that is destroying the economy of the especially North Rift. Sana sana watu ya tribe yake ndio wanafanyanga hiyo farming on a large scale. Amewaharibia kabisa soko. Ameleta hiyo nini yake from his maize from his shamba in DRC yenye inalindwa na KDF. Sasa you can see farmers here unaweza sema ni kama hustler. And you see farming, agriculture is I think the biggest economic activity in our country. So sasa ukiharibu maize industry, what do you expect will happen to our people? What do you expect will happen? Then akatoka universities, ikakuwa sasa universities are coming together, lecturers na students wataenda kwa street, akaona hey, that one won't work, ikaleta shida. Sasa amemove from that aspect of funding university, akamove sasa to subsidy ya fees. Sasa kama walikuwa nakulipia maybe if it was let's say 40k, walikuwa nalipa half na government nalipa half. The guy now said hiyo itolewe. Sasa hiyo ikitolewa, because the fees for primary, I mean the fees for secondary done to a bit on the higher side. Sasa hiyo ndio sasa walikuwa na subsidize just to make sure that if you go through until ufike class 8, then from there they want 100% admission, meaning that they want everyone who has gotten to class 8 to move to Form 1 and be able to clear mpaka Form 4 to the nation to be at a minimum, people who have minimum education level to Form 4. But sasa, actual subsidy, how many people is able to afford? Very few, which means that sasa watu watakuwa na drop at class 8. Sasa tutakuwa na class 8 drop out, and what we wanted was people, at least at a minimum, watu wakuwa wamefika Form 4. Everyone who has gone through primary education and secondary, hata kama atapata chini atapata, but at least atakuwa amefika Form 4. With this kind of removing the subsidy, no, that's not, you see. So, and who are the people who are being affected by all these policies? The hustlers who are being affected. So far, these hustlers, let me tell you that sahii wameanza to come back to their senses. Pole pole, wameanza kurudi back to their senses. And even the ones who are not still in denial, like our friends here, kina Duku and Mise, na mwingine sijui anaitwa Pio. Those people, they are still in denial, but reality is deny. You know, you can be in denial of something. The same way, wale watu wenye wako addicted to substance abuse, you can be in denial for a long time, lakini consequences zikianza kukuja, how long will you stay in denial? You won't be able to stay in denial. So, pole pole, me, I'm seeing, by the way, what we are using right there, they are slowly coming to their senses, and they're slowly realizing that this problem is coming to them. In fact, it has hit them fast. Before na sasa ikuja kwa sisi wengine, imewahit fast. So they are not coming back. They wanajirudia like prodigal son. They are like, where? Afadhali hata tungepigia baba sahii tungekuwa na ile 6k yenye alikuwa anasema ya kusaidia families who in there. Kuna ile free education yenye alikuwa amehaji, and it was not going to tax us more. It was just going to fill loopholes. They were just going to fill loopholes for corruption loopholes, so that they be able to get this money to assist us. Sasa the high priest of corruption ndio huyo, yeye ndio ameshika kiti. There is nothing like corruption kumaliza, na nani alikuwa amesema that 2 billion a day is going corruption, alafu unasikia hasa anakuja anakwambia ati 2 billion which is being lost per day, and it's not, development cannot be stopped by corruption. Sasa nikuulize, how can somebody say that corruption cannot be stopped? I mean, corruption cannot stop development when we are losing 2 billion per day. Hata sahii I think imepanda, hiyo ni kitambo yenye Uhuru alikuwa anasema hivyo. Ukicount 2 billion times 300 days, if every day you are losing 2 billion, hiyo ni pesa ngapi? Almost half a billion. Hiyo ni pesa yenye it's not significant to development. If it's not significant, mbona hiyo wanaikisha hiyo pesa kufanya drought mitigation and all measures and all that. Sasa all what I can tell Kenya, especially if start waking up. Wenzenu wameanza kuamka, as we have been seeing, wameanza kuamka, wamerealize sana this ship is drowning. Hii boat inaenda kudrown and you are already inside the water. Hakuna venye tunaweza rudi kwa shore. You're already inside. So what I'm urging we should get people, let's join hands. Don't feel that kwa sababu you blundered and you voted for this guy, now you cannot come out of that again or join what we are doing. Come out and join hands as police are apparent, and uko na watoto na unajua sasa hizi utaweza sababu there's no more subsidy. Tokelezea if you are what, any hustler mwenye ana feel unga ya tukati aweze afford. Tokelezea farmers yenye mnakuja kumalizwa na hii mambo ya GMO. Tokelezea health, people who are concerned with health, and in fact that is all Kenyans na tutaki GMO. Tokelezea, let's come out, and kwa sababu unaona hii kitu ya university yenye walikuwa wanataka kutoa funding, because they were funding like they were paying 160, they were funding to a point where you pay 15K only. So venye students walisema wanaenda street na lecturers pia wakasema wanaenda kwa street, then the guy had to change tax now akuja kwa fees, kutafuta venye atakata hiyo subsidy. So which means that this guy, if akiona kuna pressure, he'll back down. He'll back down because kama university alikuwa amesema case yake aseme that this subsidy ya university education is no longer going to be there. Then students will come out na university lecturers will come out that we are going to the system. He changed, akatoa hapo sasa akaenda kwa fees. So parents, hata nyinyi msikinywe hapo mkiwa mmenyamaza, ati because maybe mlimvutia ama whatever the case, come out, because it's better than mtoto yako akae kwa nyumba. It's better uende kwa street na the nini remove university ilitolewa hiyo subsidy irudishwe zenye university ilirudishwa, so that mtoto wako at least anaweza kutoka huko. No, but if you just sit there, you're like, no, what can I do? No, Baba is telling you something different, because during his days, he did that maandamano and people in Kenya. And so all Kenyans of goodwill just come out in large numbers, because mtu ile street kwanza anapeleka naye, he's not even slowing down. Every day anatuletea something which is hurting us as Kenyans, which is hurting our health, which is hurting our pocket, which is hurting our children's education. So we have to come out, and say no. Let's not just sit back and have to consider that, now what can I do? We can do something. If there's nothing which could be done, but hii ya subsidy ya university ingeweza kurudishwa, because nani Machoge alikuwa amekama clearly na akasema, alafu sasa yenye aliona watu wataenda kwa street ndio akabadilisha the tune, that's not what I meant. And then almost immediately akaenda kwa subsidy ya fees, high school fees, whatever, primary. So what I can say about this government needs serious checks and balances, kwa sababu ni watu wenye they are rogue. Unajua, they are rogue. Sasa without any checks and balances to such people, they will just keep on going further and further, kwa sababu ni watu wenye ni tag. Let's just put it like a cartel or like a mafia, like as the Matrojeto like saying that this is a mafia kind of a government. So these people, we know them with their past, they are more tagged. So that people put our foot down sahi, so that they know that we are not going to condone a lot of nonsense, then they will just go the full throttle. No. They will now go out of control. They will now take even lower than already where we are at. So, kindly Kenyans, let's start putting our foot down, because tusipoanza sahi, we are setting a precedent whereby these people will see that you can do anything to people na hakuna mahali watatupeleka. So we don't want that kind of a scenario in our country. We want a scenario whereby the executive is very clear that we are not their slaves. They are the ones who are our servants. So they are not going to alafu Gachagua there talking about ati kama unataka kwenda maandamano, ende uchukue mtoto yako aende maandamano. Let me tell you, Kalonzo's son and Raila's daughter, they don't need to be in maandamano because they don't need subsidy ya fees. They don't need subsidy ya chakula. Okay? Even Baba and Kalonzo, they are doing us a favor, by the way, if you are not aware. Hakuna kitu yenye watapata kwa hizi maandamano. They are doing us a favor to come out and at least has shown that hizi masubsidies zinaweza kupitwa, so that tusiletewe GMO yenye itatuua, and then tusiletewe pia the same GMO which is going to kill the economy, the maize economy, which is feeding so many families in Kenya. So let's come out. We need to come out and stand up to this, because this guy is kind of bully, kind of sadist, very selfish. Hata kama anajidanga kwa church hapa akifanya nini, who is he helping? Kwa sababu hata Bible, kwa Bible kuna siku Jesus said, not all who call me Lord, Lord shall enter the kingdom of heaven. And then he was asked, what kind of people then will enter the kingdom of heaven? Akasema, when I was hungry, you gave me to eat. When I was thirsty, you gave me to drink. When I was in prison, you did me like that. So, if somebody is a Christian, for sure, they will not want people to be hungry. Hii hanga yenye iko Turkana na wapi, then wanachukua this food wanapelekea the people who supported them during election, instead of taking the food where it is needed, napeleka to your supporters. It's very wrong. Why should you take food to supporters when they don't need the food? Then you're leaving people who are hungry to die of hunger. You see, so you cannot call yourself a Christian kama you're not feeding the people who are hungry. They're not feeding the people who are hungry something. You cannot be a Christian if hata hiyo mambo ya you are they are doing very well, they are doing the best school, alafu hapa utaki kusaidia mtu maskini mwenye anasaidika na hiyo subsidy ya kupeleka mtoto kwa shule. So that's what I'm saying, that hii mambo ya kwenda church yote every weekend kwa church, all the time you are that's not the measure of Christianity. How many times you can be in the church or all that. If you're the truth, you have to be somebody who cares about others. If at all you know very well that most Kenyans by they are living under a lot of poverty, then unakuja unatoa food subsidy, unatoa subsidy yenye ina affect kerosene na fuel yenye ina affect all prices, na unatoa subsidy ya fees. Are you really a Christian? I don't think so. This man is not a Christian. Somebody is just using the church to be able to do his own kinimacho. Unajua ile kinimacho yenye tulikuwa tunafanyiwa maji kuoni wote tapeni. So that's what is supposed to be kufunika macho na hiyo Kristo. Unajua because most Christians they have most Kenyans, because Kenya is a Christian country, they have soft spot for God. Sasa won't take advantage the way so many pastors take advantage of that soft spot which Kenyans have for God, to take advantage of us and to blind us to what is real motive. But this is your agenda. Yeah, this is your agenda. We're also looking at, you're not just looking at the way you're going to church, you're looking at how you are leadership. What are you doing? Are you really concerned with the less fortunate in society, which in our country by the way is the majority? So kama you're not taking care of the less fortunate, who are you taking care of? Because majority of Kenyans are poor. Kama hapa Nairobi, 65% of the population is living in slums. So if you cannot make policies which are pro-poor, then what are you doing? Like, are you a Christian? Are you even a leader? Because a leader anasaidia the majority. You're supposed to be there to support the majority. Na sasa huwezi kutuambia ati no, I can't put subsidy for product, for consumption, because I want to subsidize production. My friend, there's nothing. All government, one of the key roles of government is taking care of the citizens. Those are easy subsidies. Hata state, in fact, in Kenya, hata hakuna much subsidy we are having, because we are only having like 3 subsidies ya mahindi, ya unga, alafu hii ingine ya fuel na ya feed. Ukienda kama state, kuna so many subsidies. For example, kuna public housing for those people wenye hawajiwezi. sijui inaitangwa section 8. Maybe Mary atatuambia hiyo, but idea section 8 hiyo ni public housing for the people who can't afford to be able to maybe rent a decent place ama have much rent. So from there wako na kitu inaitwa food stamp. So unapewa food stamp ya kukupesa for 1 month for the poor people, unaweza tumia hizo food stamp, unaenda kwa super, unatumia kununua chakula. What is health? They also have health care for watu wenye hawezi afford, wako na some basic health care for them. Saizi hapa tulishinda tukiambiwa si NHIF, all these 100 days have not had anything. Maybe I can be corrected. Mimi sijasikia anything with NHIF. Ati kila mtu atapata bima ya kwenda hospitali. Mimi sijasikia. Is there anything meaning that it will be free then, or free for those who can't afford? Because at least yenye nilikuwa najua the lowest for 500. So kusema that kila mtu atapata means what? Means that kuna watu yenye hawatakuwa wanalipa, itakuwa free. Story ya NHIF tangu hii government ingie kwa hii gava ingie, sijasikia anything with NHIF, have not. Wamenyamaza kabisa kwa sababu hiyo sasa it needs money. The only time they can talk is when they are trying to take away money from the mwananchi, but now when it comes to their promises hakuna tena. Alafu sasa hii mambo ya MDVD na wetangula the by-election. Me, I've always been telling you, Bernard, chombo cha kuzama hakina usukani. These people, hata we don't even know the leader here, because the loose tongue is like they don't have any form of leadership. They don't have any kind of agreement. Unaona ndio hao wamesimamisha mtu ya UDA, wamesimamisha mtu ya Kenya. Hii ni chombo yenye inaenda kuzama. Sasa chombo cha kuzama hakinanga usukani. It has several pilot ama wanaitanga waje au wenye wanakuanga kwa ship. Kila mtu anafanya mambo yake because it's just a bunch of thieves. Unajua venye walikuwa wanaitwa Alibaba and the 40 thieves, walikuwa wanaitangwa Alibaba and the 40 thieves. Hivyo ndio hivyo. So it's just like a gang. Unajua gang wakienda kuiba hakunanga, inaganga ni kama kuna leadership, but kikiumana kila mtu sasa anafanya yenye anajua. They don't follow any, there's no honor among thieves. There's a proverb like that. There's no honor among thieves. So hakuna ile respect ati sasa tuachie chama ya president, hapana. Even among themselves you can just see already that that selfish kind of things they have, it's making them to be very, hata kwa Kashagwa pia unaona the way he is. He's like, he's supporting you're supporting instead of supporting mtu mwenye asla alikuwa ameweka. So very soon wataanza tu kuimplode. Hii alliance yao zike Kenya Kwanza, wewe ngoja uone. One by one they will start this, and the ones they have poached also from Azimio. It ends up fall apart because this is a relationship held by people who are not loyal, who are not honorable, and it's even just by greed and money. So ile sasa hiyo pesa imeacha sasa kuingia, na hizo vyeo imeacha kuingia. Sasa mtu amepata chenye alikuwa anataka, they are back to default settings of things, of being honorable as Caesar or as Sagza. So let me tell you, we're in a very dire situation in our country. We need, I don't even know. But anyway, Mungu atatusaidia tupatie wisdom how we're gonna go about it, na tunapatia our president Baba wisdom on how to go about it, because this is the worst person who you could have voted by the way. Nakumbuka ile kwenye nani waliiba election, I was feeling bad, and even those who support Baba, they were feeling bad, but it was not so bad. This one now is the worst case scenario. Actually, worst case scenario now in our worst case scenario. This guy is just the worst nightmare you can imagine. Na mimi, unajua for a long time I used to wake up in the morning, I'm like, I wish it was a dream. Mama in a dream, in a bad dream, mama in a nightmare. How did this guy, I'm like, this guy, of all people, this guy, yani, nasikia tu vibaya. Nikikumbuka tu hata mambo ya Y2K, hiyo maklasha yenye ilikuanga risali. I'm like, yani Mungu ni kutupanish na tupanish ama what to say. Ndio kuna mtu hapa anasemanga I think ni dunia ina mambo, anasemanga that God gives people leaders according to their character. Sasa they oftentimes they ask God, I'm a Christian, I ask God, is it that umeona we have a very bad character to the extent that umetia huyu jambazi sasa? What did you, which wrong did we do God to deserve this kind of a person? It's so disturbing. Lakini me, the one thing that is encouraging me, at least wale watu ya UDA yenye walikuwa some diehard UDA people, now they are beginning to turn back. Sasa ukiona at least some of them are turning back, you see that eventually many of them, if not most or all, will come back to their senses. Kwa sababu hata akina madividi kwa nini wana front ya Kenya Kwanza, because they have come back to their senses, wakarealize kuna mtu wako hapa. Let's front our own person. They are no longer deferring to him anymore kwa sababu wako pamoja. They have realized huyu. So that's why they are putting their own person over there. So Kenyans, just urge you, Wednesday kwa wingi, let's support Baba in every way that we can. Baba means well for this nation. Mimi keep on saying, people always say Baba is our hungry. Baba just wants position, Baba just wants handshake, Baba this and that. But let me tell you, as a 27-year-old man, hakuna kitu yenye anatafuta kwa hiyo. Hakuna yenye hajapata by that way. So ukiona mtu wa 77 years old anasoma anasema anaenda kampuni, you just know that he's doing it for posterity. He's doing it for the future. Ataki yenye Mungu atamuita awache nchi kwa mikono mbaya. Nchi yenye imedorora to a very bad. Because let me tell you, if you don't check this guy, by the way, this country will go down the drain. Hatujaona kitu kwenye. This country will collapse. In fact, because we need a lot of leadership at this point. Because hata nini yetu our debt ceiling ikafika ya 8 trillion na bado unaona anaomba. Sasa nasikia anaweza kuwa amefikisha 1 trillion. Sasa what do you think will happen? Economy ita collapse. Sasa do you think Baba on his deathbed anaweza feel so nice akikufa anakumbuka that in 2002 alitusaidia tupewe Moi, and then now in whatever year tumerudi back to worst kind of person, worst, yani in the worst position. Hata sikia he wants to die, so let's support him, because by the way he has nothing to lose, na miaka zake ndio hizo zimeenda, he has nothing to lose. So sisi ndio tutasuffer the more once things fall apart. Otherwise, thank you Bernard, that's my appreciation for now.
Okay, thank you public participation. We appreciate that. Na I believe Wakenya wanamakinika wakisikiliza tukijadili mambo wazi. Kuna huyu mtu anaitwa Black hapa. This is the mindset that I really will I say don't like or don't appreciate. Wrote something here, Bwana Black, with his usual I don't want to call it narrow-minded, but selfish mindset. And where is it? I can't get it. It says something like uamka asubuhi. I mean utoke kwa nyumba asubuhi, uache bibi kwa bed na watoto, eti unaenda kudemonstrate ukikimbishana na karau juu ya chererwa. Get real, fungua macho. Black, we are not going to demonstrate because of Cherera. For your information, she's Cherera, not Chererwa. Now, we are demonstrating against William Ruto's treatment of Cherera and the team. It is William Ruto who gave instruction to Kenya Kwanza members of parliament to see to it that they remove the 4 commissioners. That's what we are voting against. The bad leadership demonstrated by the president against 4 innocent IMDVD commissioners. That is the injustice we are talking about. We are not going to the street because of Cherera and all that. The injustice betted on this 4, it's opening a door for injustice every other place. So kama wewe unaona hiyo ni story ya wewe unataka kuendelea kulala na mkeo na watoto wakati inji inaongozwa vibaya, go ahead and do whatever you want to do, but don't trivialize a serious matter like that thinking that it is trivial. It is not trivial. If this thing goes the way it is gone, then Kenya kwisha kabisa. There will be no country called Kenya. It will be a cartel, a country run by cartel for cartels and no one else. If you can't see that, wewe ndio unapaswa kufungua macho, sio wengine. Na you people think this is a joke, huh? This is not a joke. Check your history properly. In the black, you are somebody who went to school. We angalia historia. The Lancaster Constitution, it wasn't as bad as it ended up being bad. It started with things like this. Change here, to suit one person. Defend this, to linde urais, to protect urais. In the process, the country ended up with an imperial president who everybody needed to bow to, until it reached a place you had to swear in the name of the president. How did we arrive to that? That you swear your loyalty to the president. You swear. In fact, it became a slogan we were doing in school. I pledge my loyalty to the president and to the nation of Kenya. The president was lifted above the nation of Kenya, above the people of Kenya. And all of it began just like this. So when we are talking about injustice, it is a serious matter. Na unapaswa kuona hivyo kama mtu ambaye amesoma vizuri, uelewe mambo vile yalivyo. Sio mchezo mnaoona hivi. Hii story ya William Ruto kubadilisha sheria in suit yeye, it's going to be the doorway. We are going to change everything. Now we want to change, create an opposition for official opposition without proper whatever procedure. It doesn't work that way. And who needs the official opposition seat? You opposed BBI that was proposing that. Now what makes it now necessary for you to have official opposition office right now? This kind of hypocrisy that we don't need. And so tusijaribu kucheza na nchi, uongo ujitenge wakati ukweli unasimama. I'll play a video and then we can continue with the conversation. I'm looking for Julia. Julia, please come and take over. I need to get out of here.
Aliyetuongoza sisi kumpinga Ruto ni Uhuru Kenyatta. Ukweli si kweli? Tunamwambia Raila atamrithi ama si Uhuru asema hivyo? La ajabu Uhuru ampawa kazi na Ruto ama hakupa kazi. Hivi Uhuru haenda Kongo, Ethiopia, si ndiye mpatanishi wa Afrika nzima? Kaza mpwana nani? Sampwana Ruto. Uhuru akumpinga Ruto. Sasa wewe Mheshimiwa Rais, huyu aliongoza Kenya nzima akiwa rais kukupinga usiwe president, umempa kazi. Cherera wamfuta. Haki iko wapi hapa? Kuna haki hapa? Huyu ndio Kristo. Huyu ndio Kristo wa Ruto. Basi kama ulimpa Uhuru kazi na alikupinga, kejeli, akatoa pesa, akakupinga to the last minute, na ushampa kazi, na Cherera usimfute kazi, mrudisha ABC. Hilo la kwanza, unless wewe ni mnafiki. Jambo la pili, vyakula viko gali. Uhuru Kenyatta na Raila walikuwa na subsidy kila mwezi bilioni 8 kuwapa millers na wengine bei shuke chini. Rais wetu ameingia, ameondoa bilioni 8 ya kila mwezi ya kusubsidy chakula viwe rahisi. Asema anunua mbolea. Jua kali hili, hiyo mbolea indafanya kazi gani? Nauliza kwa heshima tu, umeondoa bilioni 8 ya subsidy kwamba uweze kusubsidy upoe mwaka mzima, maana wanunua mbolea, vyakula viwe vingi mashambani. Ukame huu hakuna mvua, hii mbolea indafanya kazi gani? Nyinyi Kilifi mshalipata mbolea Kilifi nyinyi? Mleta mbolea nyinyi na Ruto nyinyi? Mmeleta mbolea huku? Sasa mbolea mpeleka wapi? Bilioni 8 zirudi kwanza, subsidy endelee, unga, sukari, unga ngano, majani ishuke. Mvua itakaponyesha, Bwana Ruto, ondoa bilioni 8, vyakula mashambani viende sokoni. Unless uwe mnafiki. Jambo lingine, ameondoa kazi kwa vijana. Vijana kwa siku 400 ikiwasaidia. Rais ameondoa, asema sasa nendeni mkajenge. Haya, Kilifi kwa jengo wapi waende vijana? Huko Kilifi Ruto ameanza kujenga. Sasa umeondoa pesa za vijana mtaani, wasema vijana wakafanye kazi ya mjengo. Serikali imeanza mjengo. Malindi kwa jengo ya Ruto. Hapa Dabaso kwa jengo. Tezo, Chumani, Kilifi mjini, Mtwapa. Sasa vijana wakajenga nyumba gani apate hizi 400 zao ulizoziondoa? Tongeshe hizo nyumba waende wakajenge. Kama huna, rudisha kazi mtaani, pesa ziendelee. Jambo lingine, rais amekosea Waislamu vibaya sana. Cabinet ina mawaziri 22, Waislamu ampewa 2 peke yake, Adan Duale na Salim Mvurya. Ni bodi ya kanisa ama cabinet ya Kenya? Waislamu bilioni 15, wabunge 22, utupa nafasi 2. Are you serious? Are you serious? Waislamu wa Kenya na Wakristo ndugu moja bwana. Ndio leo tuko na mng'aro. Mng'aro Mkristo, mimi Muislamu. Raila Mkristo, mimi Muislamu. Na huyu mwingine Mkristo, mimi Muislamu. Waislamu na Wakristo Kenya hatuna vita. Na hakutakuwa na vita inshallah. Kwa sababu Mungu wetu ni mmoja. Jamani, ongeza na waziri wa Islamu. Ukasema tumwapatia Nurdin Haji, tukapatia ule DCI, hata nyenye speaker ni Mkristo, wa bunge kuu, wa senate ni Mkristo, mkuu wa polisi ni Mkristo, mkuu wa jeshi ni Mkristo, bado hujafanya kazi. Halafu akasema atampa wanawake. Alhamdulillah, wanawake 7, mmoja ni dadangu Aisha Juma. Hebu Aisha simama. Simama Aisha. Mpigeni makofi akanka. Wanawake 7, hakuna mwanamke mmoja Muislamu. Hiyo ni haki. Waislamu wanawake hawajasoma, hawezi kuwa mawaziri. Nafasi 7 za kina mama wote wa Kristo. Where the Muslim women? La mwisho mkae. Haya, kukali kwa watu kusafisha Ikulu. Kama kuna mashetani Ikulu watolewe. Wakaanikwa mabishopu peke yake. Nauliza, kuna watu mahodari wa kuchoma majini kuliko Waislamu na Qur'ani yao? Hivi huko kanisani ndio kuna dua za kuchoma majini Ikulu peke yake? Msikitini hakuna. Ikulu ni ya taifa, ni ya Waislamu, Wakristo, Wahindu, Wazawakaya, Njuruncheke, dini zote. Ile Ikulu ni yao.
Mambo ni kama hayo yalivyokuwa Kilifi. I thank God for that Sheikh man, fearless and bold, uh, painting it as it is. All the same, let's keep the conversation going. Let's tell each other the truth. Tuache kudanganyana, tufanye yale ambayo yanapaswa kufanyika ili inji songe mbele. Asante sana. Ni nani? Roda?
Thank you very much. You know, I was watching, it's very sad because Kenya, it's freedom of religions. Nikirudi huko nyumbani, rais mteuri, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, nilikuwa na mfollow akiwa huko State House kwa Facebook, na nilikuwa naona akiita wasalamu kwake, wakiwa na hakuna rais amefanya nchi yetu very united when it comes to religions. Alikuwa anaita wasalamu wote, wana celebrate Ramadhani wote, hakuwaga na nini na discriminations. Na ukiona minister yake kama Najib Balala alikuwanga Muislamu wa Arabu, unaona, na Waarabu, unaona sasa rais mteuri hakuwa anachagua religions, alikuwa na that's according to the law. Even United Nations wanasema freedom of religions. Sasa wow, I can understand huyu mzee anajirudia ya mwenyewe kwa nini why they don't be allowed to be in wakupata vitu mingi za nini ama nini, wao wanaheshimiwa, wana invitiwa huko State House. That is about our constitutions. Even Wasalam, they need to do demonstrations. That is according to it's not only even here as well. Mosque, we have a mosque here as well. And according to the law, the mosque, they go to the mosque every Friday. It's freedom expressions to their religions. And tunaheshimiana sisi wote. Everywhere, even America, they have a mosque, whole world. Na wasalamu wote wanaheshimika huku. Naona serikali kuna maminista wako wasalamu hata huku, na ni nchi za nini za wazungu. Because hata unaona wazungu siku hizi, wazungu wengi wana change religions, wanakuwa wasalamu hata huku, wanasema wanaona I respect them. It's about respect to one another. You know, we need to respect what they believe. I respect them, even if, you know, Muslim, okay, we believe one God, but it's about respect to one another and love one another. And then something I want to say, it's about Murathe. Murathe, you know, let me be honest, Murathe was yesterday there, and Murathe, by the way, is a relative to Rais mteure Uhuru Kenyatta. I think they are relatives. Alikuanga hapo na akaongea about Nyayo regime. Akasema ati vile aliongea haki. Huyo baba, unajua mimi naongea, I wish anaongea very vizuri, kutu explainia vizuri what happened in Kibaki regime. Vile Kibaki hakuacha dururu hata moja. Rais mteuli, mtu anasema Kenya Kiswahili yangu si vizuri, the late former president Moi aliacha sijui 93 billion shillings akiretired, na akasema siku ile Kibaki alikia kwa ofisi akiwa na wheelchair, alipeleka watoto wote shule Monday free of charge. And I remember, you know, let me tell you, Bernard, I come from the village. My village, there's a family, they couldn't afford the school fees. They were very hereditary. Kwa sababu in Moi, they couldn't afford the school. But my village people, they were happy. They were, my village people, they were enjoying. Hata msistangu, mtoto wa sistangu, siku ile Kibaki alikufa, aliniambia alilia. Imagine auntie, nikikuwa si Kibaki, singesoma. Na nikaenda mpaka Jomo Kenyatta University. My mom, she couldn't afford money to pay the school fees. Can you imagine? Sasa mtu tunaona amefanya vizuri, tunaongea Kibaki alipeleka nchi na aliachwa na Moi 93 billion. Na unajua Moi alikuwa corruption. Everybody know. Moi aliiba pesa mingi sana. Nini huko kwenda shule mambo. Unaona vitabia Ruto anafanya. Kwenda Moi Kabarak school every weekend. You know me, I'm born in Moi. I know Moi since I was primary school, and Moi was giving us only milk. Everybody know, every village, community, we know we were getting Moi milk, maziwa nyanyayo, lakini Moi hakuwa kama shule wadini walikuwa na strike walimu. Nakumbuka at my primary school wako wanalipa pesa mingi. Unaona, yani kama vile Bernard anasema tu tunaongea ukweli, nchi yetu iendelee mbele. Sasa na mtu kama it really hurt me all the time. People wanasema ati rais mteule Kenyatta atafanya kitu. It really hurt me. Unaona kama sisi tunakaa diaspora, sisi tunalia. Kama mimi nikikuja huku, mimi siko najua about Red Cross, kama Greens, mimi nilijulia huku, nikafundishwa. Na Kenya siku hizi naona kuna hizo Red Cross, kuna sign kama Veka Superway, kumeandikwa Rhines. Can you imagine Moi akufanya hizo vitu? Hata Kibaki alijaribu. Can you imagine hizo vitu maendeleo yote tumeletewa na Uhuru, na watu wazima wazee wa Kenya kwisha, mnaongea ati Uhuru hakuna kitu ina. It really hurt me. Nikiona vile amenyorosa hizo barabara, na huko Rodwa, na huko Kabaset, na huko Marigo, na huko Eridore, hakuna hata place pale ametoka Gatondo hakujenga. I wish I could be, if I knew, I could tell Uhuru to build Gatondo where he come from, a building like mall center, evidence to development his area Gatondo. Alikuwa anajenga Nairobi, wapi Mombasa, amejenga. Oh my God, huyo mzee amejaribu. Na watu kama Ruto wanasema ati wakuachiwa nini dururu na kampani yote oh my God, Ruto unasema wewe umeokoka, kwani unadanganya? Na kampeni yote yako ulikuwa unafanya na pesa za serikali, whole campaign ulikuwa unatumia nini ndege ya sijui nini ulikuwa unatumia, I don't want to know. Na ulikuwa mkikula lunch mkina nini wapi, na mlikuwa unapata pesa huko campaign, pesa za serikali. Na sasa hiyo ukiingia kwa serikali ukasema hata hakuna economy. It really hurt me for my own behalf as a Roda Waithera Otieno. Siku hizi mimi naitaka Otieno. It really hurt me when you write Uhuru Kenyatta didn't left nothing, na pesa zote ulikuwa unafanya campaign ulikuwa na serikali. Wewe na Uhuru mnajua what happened. Ulikuwa kwa serikali ya Uhuru, you know everything. It really hard. Hawa watu waziri wote wanariga hii serikali ya kwanza. Ikikuwa ni Uhuru mngekuwa hivyo, mngekuwa ni siku ya Moi mnaingia, hamungekuwa mnavaa hivyo mnavaa. Watu wale waliingia siku ya Kibaki, ma minister hata wako kana nguo fina, nguo nzuri, kwa sababu wako kana pesa. Lakini wema wa Mungu akapatia Kibaki, akaenda China, akaenda kukopa pesa, economy yetu ikarudi juu. I remember I was living in Kenya. I came this country 2008. Na akaenda kukopa pesa, barabara zikaanza kujengwa, economy yetu watu wakaanza kukata maisha tuzuri. I know that. I don't forget where you come from. If you don't know where you come from, you don't know where you. It really hurt me. Tuache madharau. Ni must tunaongea ukweli, kwa sababu ukweli utatutoa ukombozi nchi yetu. Tusiwe tunadanganya vile Ruto unakuwa unadanganya watu ati huko atiwa pesa na you are that government. The things you and Uhuru, you didn't understand each other. The chemistry didn't work. And you could resign. It could be, if you could be a gentleman, you could win. But those people who say like Uhuru Kenyatta, as people from Mount Kenya, those Kikuyu men, kina Waishua, wote waliuza Uhuru kwa sababu ya pesa, because they can pray their own position. You are selling your own son. Go to the Luya community. They didn't do for their own son. You are selling your own son because of them. And okay, now you are ministers, you are whatever. Watu kama Wairogoro, they used to hang out with Ruto, Uhuru, everything, wakampotea wote. Kwa sababu mnataka kupray nini? You are opposition. That is not fair. We must stand true in our country, Bena. We say enough is enough. Tutuwe tunatumia mtu. Siku hiyo tunatumia ikabila ina. This really hurt me. When our country will be free for this kutesa hii kabila ama kutesa watu wengine. It really hurt me. We need to change. Hata hizo vitu tunataka tufanye demonstration. Hakuna kabila. Unaona kama hii Ruto anafinyilia Wakikuyu sana. Unajua anajificha kwa Wakikuyu. He have been blocked. Mimi nikashindwaje? Hata nyinyi wa Karejini mnataka muamuke. Kwa nini Uhuru anajificha kwa Wakikuyu? Mwambie akujeni kwenu. Uhuru alikuwa anakuja kwetu kwa Kikuyu, alikuwa anaongea Kikuyu. Mimi sijaona Ruto akiongea Kikarejini. Nyinyi wa Karejini msimame muambie Ruto wenu asimchezee hivyo, anakuja kumtembelea huko kwenu, anakuwa proud na kabila yenu, unajipenda pesa. Nyinyi wa Karejini, Karejini is a really blessed community. You are very good marathon. I'm really proud with the Karejini. Even when I introduce myself, I'm a Kenya. Kina Chogen. You are very good marathon. I feel proud of you guys, Karejini community. So you Karejini community, you start to love your tribe. Start to love yourself. Today, Mungu anasema muweze kujipenda nyinyi. Mumebarikiwa sana. You are good man. You are really blessed community. Don't hate yourself, the language you speak. Thank you.
Asante Roda kwa kutoa maoni yako na mchango wako kuhusu nchi yetu ya Kenya. Naomba mtafutie Julia tafadhali kama una uwezo. Julia Stone PK, njooni studio. Mimi nataka kung'atuka. I believe we are making good progress. We must advocate for Kenya for all Kenyans, and Kenya where every Kenyan is secured and treated equally before the law. The abuse of office where somebody uses his power to mistreat others, mishandle others, that is the injustice we are standing against, and we are willing to push to the last minute. We must get Kenya operating by the rule of the law, regardless of who is the president. Story ya kutumia urais kufanya maovu ikome. Story ya kutumia urais kugandamiza wengine ikome, ili kila mtu awe huru na tekeleze majukumu yake kwa kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna kutumia sheria makosa na hakuna kujificha kwa sheria wakati unaangamiza maisha ya wengine. This country has been through much, but we can always rise from where we are to where we ought to be. We need to be fearless and strong enough to stand against the evils that may emerge in our midst, regardless of who feels what. Wakenya mnalo jukumu la kusema ukweli. Let's just watch this before we hear Mama Mary, maybe as a reminder.
Kwanza kabisa yale ambayo yanafanyika Eldoret is a message to the father of watu kutoka Eldoret. Huyu mwizi mkubwa, watu wakwao walikuwa nangojea ingie katika uongozi ndiposa waonyesha kwamba wanajua kuiba. Unaibia wafanyabiashara peupe mchana. Wewe ulikuwa unaiba zile fedha tumeweka kule kwa serikali. Sasa watu wako nao wametoka kuiba moja kwa moja, na tunaona hata uzungumzi hilo. Hiyo hatutalisema sana kwa sababu wale wanafanya yale ambayo kiongozi wao amewafunza kufanya. Nikirudi kwa Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria akizungumzia kama kuna mtu ameona kifo na macho na tunaweza sema kwamba ni maiti ambayo inatembea ni Moses Kuria. So Moses Kuria, you have nothing to lose even if you die now, because you know your days are limited. You don't have hope in living. Ulishapoteza hope. Mtu mgonjwa ambaye ameepuka kifo mara kadhaa anazungumza kama mtu ambaye tayari amekufa tayari. We don't fear telling you that, Mr. Moses Kuria. These are lives of Kenyans. ambayo unalinganisha na kifo. Wewe kufa. Please die. We don't know why God still leaving some people to kutusumbua duniani. Moses Kuria, shetani anakungoja Jehannam. And we as Kenyans, we are not ready to die right now. It is still early. Mr. President, I can see and I see ya kwamba unaona wale watu ulichagua kuweka afisini. My friend, do we live to reduce chances of us dying or we live to increase chances of us dying? Moses Kuria, kwa nini unaendanga hospitali? If you don't fear death, why were you admitted in a hospital? Okay, why did you go to hospital first of all if you don't fear death? If you are an agent of death, kama ulikufa na shetani akakurudisha kwa minajili ya kuangamiza Wakenya wengine, ushindwe. Hiyo shetani yako rudi nayo kaburini. If we are, kama tuko na by staying in Kenya, kama tunahusika na kifo familia yako yote, kisha ujiue. That GMO, take it to your mother, to your father and to your kids. My friend, ujui chungu ya kifo. Uliza Moses Sankok. Sankok alicheza na kifo akasema Raila alitoa mtoto wake sacrifice. Yeye wake alikufa, sijui ilikuwa sacrifice ya kwamba yeye atoke kwa kilema. Mpaka sahi bado ni kilema. So Moses Kuria, stop playing with our heads. This is a fact that you need to know. Kenyans' lives matters. And everything that can endanger our life, tunajaribu kuikashifu. Ni dhahiri kwamba unajaribu kutuambia kinagaubaga ya kwamba mahindi hii ya GMO ni sumu. Kwa nini mtuletee sumu? Nani alikwambia tunataka kufa? Wewe si ulitoroka kifo? Ona ukubaki hospitalini ukufe huko. So if you think that you are going to tell us anything to do with death, die first. In fact, you wasted a lot of money kwa hospitali. Ungeenda huko ukufe. Ungekula GMO ukufe. If you know that it is living in Kenya tayari tuko na vitu mingi sana zine to expose kwa death. Mbona mnatule mengine? In fact, by giving President Ruto power, hiyo inatukaribisha na kaburi yetu zaidi sana. So stop telling us nonsense, Mr. Moses Kuria. We are very bitter with you. Na tunakuambia, na ukitaka kujua machungu ya kifo, tutakujia hiyo miguu yako. Don't stop playing with the minds of Kenyans. We are tired of this your nonsense. Kwani tunaongozwa na watoto? Are you a kid? Don't you know how to articulate your points as a minister, as a CS? Moses Kuria, akili ni nywele na naona umeodhefika. Ni aibu sana ya kwamba kiongozi anazungumzia kwamba tuna increase chances ya kukufa. Tuongoze list ambayo inatu expose to death. Moses Kuria, ulaaniwe. If you are an agent of Illuminati, please declare yourself very now. We are tired of this pretense. Mr. President, let's call you Mr. President, though you are not my president. That is a fact. And I'm very surprised that my very learned friend, Mr. Were, atunasema munampenda. Stupid, penda yeye peke yako. Sisi kama watu wa kwetu tumekataa, and we are going to summon you, Mr. Were, for that. After this. Because we can't allow pretenders and idle thinkers to lead us. Watu kama inafaa, Moses Kuria, unafaa ukiongea tunakuwekea kinyesi kwa mdomo chako. Unafaa kuwekewa mafi anytime you open your mouth, mafi. So that you stop selling nonsense. These are nonsense that in fact, unaambia mtoto wa class 2 ya kwamba because you have very high chances of dying, chukua kamba ujinyonge ukufe mara moja. That is what you are trying to tell us. Na kama wakati ugonjwa ilikusumbua akili and there are some cells of your brain that are dead, I have very many. I can assist you with some. I can donate free of charge. Because hii ni ujinga na ukiritimba na utapeli ya hali ya juu. Alafu utapata Mkenya ambaye bado anaamini kwa bottom up. Anapiga makofi. Because we are increasing your chances of dying. And that is the government you choose. Government inaona ya kwamba wewe unafaa kusave mingi wakati uwezi afford unga ya shilingi 200. Unalia unga irudishwe shilingi 100, alafu a foolish person calling himself president somewhere tells you to save more. What are we saving? From where are we saving? How are we saving? That is a fact you need to know. Tuache kudanganyana. Mr. President, you cry a lot while praying. I don't know wewe ndio una pray Lucifer ama God. Because when I read my Bible, it tells me that we need to think about the poor. And also we need transparency na ukweli. Wewe saa hii tulikuona Mombasa umeenda kuzindua kampuni ya chuma. Wakenya watakula chuma. Are you really thinking? Na hii unga mnatupatia 100 days, then unafungua kampuni ya chuma. Really? Why are we pretending too much? Why are we lying to these innocent Kenyans? Mr. Bottom Up, please, you are going too up. Come back for us. You are leaving us behind here. Unaenda huko juu peke yenu. Umebeba wende wazimu kama Moses Kuria, ndio mnapanda nayo juu. The common mwananchi mwenye alikufikiria, mwenye alikuimba, lakini hakukupigia kura, anahangaika hapa chini. What are you waiting for? You have the power and the mandate and everything. You call yourself Mr. President. Let me help you call yourself Mr. President, because that is what makes you feel comfortable. But do you remember these simple hustlers? They have decided to move from the name hustler back to the name sufferers, because they are suffering. Now, wewe kazi yako ni kuzurura, sijui ulichukua hii nchi kuwa tourist. Please Mr. President, kaa kwa ofisi na peana directives ya kudirect nchi. Kuna watu wakiongea kama Moses Kuria, toka nje, summon them. You are their president. Huyu naibu wako ni mdomo tu anajua kupanua. Ni mdomo tu my friend. Come out and work for these simple Kenyans. Wewe wakati aniniua wewe anakuosha. Narudia na nikisema, if you are waiting, if you fear death, then you have no right of living. Wewe kama unaogopa kufa, narudia na nakuambia, wewe ndio a walking dead. Everybody, kila kikuchao, let me remind you one thing. Kila kinapopambazuka, you near your grave. Every day, kunapopambazuka, you are heading to your grave. In fact, you are more desperate to your grave than any other person. So death is something that we know we must die. Hata ikuje saa hii ama kesho. Kina Moi waliuana wako wapi? They died. Who are you? Nobody's promised tomorrow. That is a fact. So we don't fear death. No human being atabaki kupanguza hii dunia kwamba watu wametoka wote. In fact, hata huyo Ruto anaweza kanitangulia. That is a fact. So if I live by the scripture, and Ruto, you do read that. Death is just, how do we call it? My friend, that is a transition. Because mimi najua kuna malaika wananingoja mbinguni. Ukinipeleka huko maisha mazuri yananingoja. Wewe tutapatana na wewe Jehanamu. Na tunamalizia tukisema ya kwamba Wakenya, amkeni, tokeni kwa usingizi. Tuliwaambia wakati ule ya kwamba uongozi unafaa kwenda kwa mtu anayefaa. Mtu ambaye ajui utamu wa uongozi, ajui haki ya binadamu. Akikalia kiti cha nguvu ama cha what we call power. Ni haya ambayo tunayaona. It is high time that Ruto, you should stop paying your loyalties. But can you please employ those people who can work for Kenyans? Hatutaki mtu atingisha matako kwa campaign akaanguka. Unampea yeye wizara ya kufanya nini? Mr. President, as they call you, because that is the name you like most, I want to wind up by saying, Kenyans wanalia. 300 days are very many. The Kenyans are tired. Achana na kampuni ya vyuma, kuja fungua kampuni ya mahindi. Na ikiwezekana, tafuteni miradi, fungueni dam, pangeni mahindi. Sai kunanyesha. For now it is raining. Juzi tulikuwa tunasikia kiangazi inaua watu. Sasa tuko karibu kusikia kwamba mafuriko yanaua watu. Kwa sababu nchi inaongozwa na wajinga. Kiangazi iliua watu, mafuriko iko karibu kuua watu. Kwa sababu nchi inaongozwa na wajinga. Hii maji ambayo sasa itakuwa watu, please make it so that we can do irrigation. We need irrigation, we need enough food so that we feed Kenyans. But Moses Kuria, please go to the altar and repent on what you said. Or else, this time ukienda kwa hospitali, utakufa huko na tukupeleke Jahannam. Asante Mr. Speaker.
Mama Mary, karibu. You're mute, Mama Mary. You have a challenge with your gadget or something.
Mute. Bernard.
Am I good?
Yeah, that's better. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I want to express my feeling or low feeling for this person called Vicky D. I don't know what she's trying to say, that the West stamped Ruto for presidency and so we deal with it. How low could you be? How ridiculous, or how do you try to say such kind of a word? Really? Yani unajireduce, unakuwa mtu bure kabisa. I will use that word because I would like to see who you are. Are you a mzungu ama wewe Vicky D? Because I can't imagine you can even try to say such words at the West. West ni akina nani? Wewe umekaa chini hivi uwe unachaguliwa mtu wa kukuongoza. Kwani wewe, how lazy are you that you cannot do your own work or, make a decision as somebody who has got 5 common sense? I'm sorry to use those words because that makes me very, very angry to see Kenyans behaving like that. How assimilated, how far have you been assimilated to feel that the West are the one to choose your leader? How do you, what makes you feel that is the best way? Please, get down. Reduce your emotions on West people. Please. Umeonyeshana wewe hata sijui kama unajiweza. I don't think you have got good moral of the country.
Unajua kuna wakati kulikuwa na vita, wakati I was hearing, my mom used to give us stories because there were those people who were being, moved from one camp to another, one camp to the other, with all these, carrying their children, very hungry and cold. Kuna Wakikuyu waliokuwa wanauza Wakikuyu wale wengine kwa wazungu. They were like snitchers, snitching. Wale wengine pahali wamejificha, wanaenda wanaambia wazungu pahali wamejificha, wanakuja wanauawa ama wanashikwa. I'm sorry, Vicky, I'll put you there. Vicky D, if you are listening to me, I'll put you on that category. Because I can't imagine Kenyan person. Sijui uzungu wako umefika wapi. And I don't see how you can talk that. If you are in Kenya, please don't even try to tell somebody else. Stay with it by yourself, because that is a bad. Kinywa yako ukomeshe na uzime those words. Keep them with you and go with it wherever you want to go. Leave Kenyans alone. Let them fight for their freedom. Let them have a word that can help the coming generation. Wewe unaonekana umebebwa kwa upepo huko Kenya. Na tafadhali jaribu kubadilisha. I'm done with that. But Vicky, think twice. I'm not your parent. I'm not your relative. I'm not anything. I'm a Kenyan who is very angry of what the Kenya country looks like right now. Lakini wewe ni mchezo unacheza hapo. Ako namna hiyo. I don't have even a word to explain who you are, because you made me feel very bad. Kumbe tuko chini hivyo. Yani tunajiona kabisa wazungu ndio watakuja kutu. What are you talking about? Anyway, I'm sorry. Let me go to my point. Bernard, there is this person in Kilifi, I don't know whether they were in Kilifi, who was talking about Muslim. Remember, this Muslim person, there is one who before explained that in a mosque, whether you come first or last, whether you are the leader of the country or you are not, anytime you come to the mosque and the service has started, you're gonna sit back. You cannot go in front. So that shows that they regard their religion seriously. They don't care who you are. So for that reason, Ruto cannot go to those places because he knows there will be no pulpit for him. There will be no chance for him to go and do the gossiping, because I'll call it gossiping, the way he goes talking in the church. That's what I believe. That is my opinion. Na kwa hivyo hata wale Waislamu wamepewa kazi na yeye waliponea chupu-chupu. And they have been fighting for him, knowing that they have got other calamities or other baggage they have, so for them to be saved. That is how it went. So for the few Muslims had been given chances to work with him, it's just because of royalty, not about being a Muslim. So for Muslim, he has never gone to their church, and for that reason, he put them off. And that is how he works. If you don't sing his song, you are cut off. You are not going to be his close member. The other thing, he has played his well-organized game. Na mimi niko na shida moja kubwa sana, kwa sababu kanisa zimekuwa ziko central. Huko ndio Mungu ako, hayuko pahali ingine. You can see all these dirty games. Na Wakenya mnakaa chini mnafikiria, kwani sisi we have brain and we know how somebody can play games on you. You get to that. Na mimi kwanza niseme, and I'm sorry to say this, kwa nini wanaume, let me put ladies aside, kwa nini wanaume wamekuwa so weak like this? Hivyo ni kumaanisha kama Ruto akimtupia ngumi, akitupia mwanaume mwingine ngumi, yeye atasema tu haidhuru, aende kwake ya nyumbani akiwa amepigwa ngumi. Hivi anaonyeshana. So we don't have men in Kenya. We don't have men in Kenya. If all those Kenya Kwanza men, they are just being royal, they are bending on him and this because of money, surely, how loose are you? How useless? How low are you? Really? And you are elected by these many people. Those people, you are the people who elected you. I don't think they are that useless. I don't think they can do what those politicians are doing. So that means these politicians are just minding of their pockets, their stomach. How shameful it is. Imagine me, the way I have been, or I have been brought up to work hard, be proud of what I have, small, big, because nobody can ask me any question. And nobody can come and tell me, move. But what I have seen in Kenya, they are just people who I can't even understand. People who are just greedy, that even they can be called names, but provided they are given money. What is money? Seriously. And you go to your house and sit down and think you have come from work after doing such a shamble behavior. What I look in Kenya now, I see very, very weak government, and a government that has no shame at all. Watu ambayo hatutaki kuwaheshimu hata tukijaribu. Hatuwezi kuwaheshimu hata tukijaribu. Unaheshimu mtu aje, mtu ambaye anaenda kupiga magoti ama kuinamia mtu? Ati ndio. Na si heshima ya kawaida actually. It is about money. It's not about respect. It's about money. Me, I have never seen that. Look at those Western countries. Hiyo watu wanajaribu kuassimilate. Those people, they don't play games. If you are wrong and you are thrown out. And you're taken to jail. They don't give you a chance to stay. They don't give you a chance to, they give you a chance to explain, but in court. And if not in court, in parliament. That's where you explain, why did you do that? Very shameful. And from there to court, if there is evidence. But in our country, na hawa wa Kenya, ati wanafikiria West, kwa sababu wamechagua Ruto, so we are very happy because Kenyans, they don't give you food unless they bring you GMO. They bring you all those dirty things that they don't use, they bring to your country. Na sasa mnasema ati kwa sababu ndio walichagua huyo leader, we are happy. Happy for what? You're happy for nothing, and you are happy for wrong thing. Because whatever you are getting now, don't complain. Even if you're Western, wanataka mkae. Hiyo maisha ndio mnataka wa Kenya kuishi. Mambo ambayo hata hamwezi kutatua. Mambo ambayo mnaletewa mnaona giza. Mambo ambayo ati siku ile itaondolewa. You will not survive. Kwa sababu mtaanza kuwafuata. Tulete. Kwa sababu you deal with what will be left behind. Kwa hivyo mimi naangalia wa Kenya nashindwa, what is all this? People are trying to feel like they have, Sisi tumeumbwa, Mungu ameumba nchi ya Kenya na Wakenya wao wanaishi hapo, na kwa hivyo wanaishi hapo kwa sababu Mungu aliwaweka huko. Mnafurahi ati kwa sababu mtu mwingine anatoka kwao anakuja kuambia vile mtakaa, anawapea directions the way you are going to live. Is that your happiness really? Mimi ninashangaa. I have seen so many things. I've seen those Western people, they have so many problems ambayo hata hawajasoti zao, wanataka kuwaletea mgawanye, ndio na nyinyi muendelee kusikia vile wanasikia. Zile frustrations wako nazo wanataka kuwaletea mgawane. Wakenya wenzangu, wale tunafuata baba, tusikubali. Sisi nchi yetu ni nzuri, maisha yetu ni mazuri, watoto wetu wataishi vizuri tukikataana na hiyo mambo ya Western. Huyo mmoja ambaye anasema Western walistamp president huyu le yuko ahame, aende huko, tuone vile atasurvive, tuone vile atafurahia hiyo maisha. Bernard, I'm very shocked because of such kind of characters from Kenya, wakijaribu kuunga ati wa Western ati wao kwa sababu wamesema ulikuwa umelala ni kuamka umeamka ama ni aje. I hope and I believe one day you'll come to know what you have said. Ati hiyo ni kutafuta, unatafuta shida ambayo utaishi nayo milele. I wish people can go places and see and compare Kenya with those Western countries. They will see the difference and you will wish to stay in your country peacefully. Thank you, Bernard. I'm still here because thank you so much.
Asante sana, Mama Mary. We appreciate that. It is sad that some of us are proud of what we need to be ashamed of, and we celebrate what we need to mourn in the process, because of our narrow, I think, mindsets. But I believe we'll go through this. We'll get over this. We just have a few twisted people in this country. The majority of Kenyans want Kenya to move forward, wants Kenya to be a safe place, want Kenya to be governed the right way. That's why they rose up early and voted overwhelmingly the way they did. And if we had a right IEBC, we will not be talking mandamano, we will not be talking demonstrations, because everybody will be satisfied with the results that came from IEBC. As at now, we have a convenient generation. A convenient generation is where if something works, everybody will buy in it. They don't care whether it's right or wrong. And it seems to be a rampant a reality, especially with young people who are looking for the shortest cut to the greatest catch. Now, life does not cannot be secured with that kind of a mentality. We must ask for justice. We must ask for faithfulness. We must ask for truthfulness. Those are the things that you will go to the grave with. Other things that you're given, money and all that, you will not go to the grave with them. But your faithfulness, your commitment, your selflessness, those are the values that you need to have as an individual. And that's what constitutes you as a person. So when you think that the West has helped you to break your constitution and destroy your institutions that are supposed to certify the electoral system, or rather the election of your leaders, and you're happy about it, you're not different from the collaborators that Mama is talking about. Those who used to sell their people simply because they were given some dollars or they were given some muscle of food to eat in a day. So we must differentiate between the two, and not just be, so narrow in our thinking to an extent whereby we give away our freedom, our independence by reason of looking for easy way out. Looking at the scripture in the book of Hebrews, I think is chapter is that chapter 10 verse 35 there about. It talks about women received their dead back to life, okay, refusing to get to accept the easy way out. They travailed until they prevailed. We have a challenge with this generation that looks for the easiest way out. Yani mtu akishikwa, kwa mfano tunapokwenda kwa maandamano na wewe umekuwa arrested kwa sababu ya kusimamia ukweli, alafu ukuje kuwa convinced kwamba ukikubali kwamba support baba utapewa hela, alafu mambo yaishi. Kizazi hiki kitakuwa rahisi sana kuchukua hiyo hela badala kusimamia ukweli, na ni jambo ambalo linasikitisha kwa sababu ukweli unapopunguka katika nchi, maovu yanazidi, na tunapoendeleza maovu tunapoteza nchi yetu. It's the same thing. Askari wale tumeweka kwa borders waangalie arms zikuje, bunduki zisiingie, wanapewa 200, wanaingiza bunduki zinapoingia, insecurity inaongezeka. So you think that by eating the 200 you're smart, but what you're doing is you're putting the 50 million of us at risk. You're making the country ungovernable. So being true to the country and being true to your generation and to generations yet unborn is something that we must get back to as Kenyan people. Tuache hii utoto wa kufikiria hapa tu, tuangalie the future. How will it be? The moment we cultivate and massage the ego of the president, make him a dictator, how are we going to deal with that when it has already fully matured? Do you have capacity to handle that? Tusifikirie tu eti kwa sababu tumetusi huyu ama tumedharau huyu ama tumewin an argument. There is more to life than just winning an argument. And so please, let's not be myopic and narrow in our thinking to whereby we can't look beyond where we are. The dictatorship of Moi for 24 years in this country delayed a lot of progress. The giant steps we made under Kibaki and under Uhuru. Can you imagine if that would have taken place during Moi's time? Where would we be now? Okay, that means Kibaki would have started. If Kibaki started where we are and pushed us further, and then Uhuru picked up and pushed us further, we will be far ahead. But our timing under the dictatorship of preserving presidents by all means, eliminating brains. Somebody sent me, one of my friends in Zambia, he's a politician. He sent me a message yesterday. It's one of his colleagues has died in unclear circumstances, a young politician. And so he was reminding me that the time I was addressing them in Zambia, I told them that politics is like swimming in a river full of crocodiles. So he's reminding me that he say his friend must have been caught by the political crocodiles and was eliminated. And then my concern is, why is it that Africa delights in eating her children? Okay, look at the great brains that have been eliminated in this country for political reasons. Okay, we are talking about J.M. Karaoke, we're talking about Tomboya, we're talking about Robert Ouko, we're talking these are treasures, okay, that if we would have deployed them, they would have helped the country move faster and ahead, because they had exposure, they had appreciation. They wanted a united Kenya where every Kenyan has access to the cake. But because they were not given a platform, they were shut down before they said whatever they wanted to say. We left the few that wanted to preserve the presidency at all cost, mess up the country. The things we are dealing with are the things that Jomo Kenyatta and his team will have settled long time ago with Jaramogi, so that right now we'll be talking of artificial intelligence. How do we make our children, be inventing the robots and these other things to sort out things? We will not be talking about tribalism. We will not be talking about which community has ruled for what long. All these things needed to be done the way Nyerere dealt with them in the first term of the presidency, where tribalism is dealt with, unity is established, every Kenyan is capable of becoming president. We don't have to choose from particular community only. Haya mambo yote yanatokana na nini? Akili kama hii inayofikiria hapa tu pasipo kuangalia huko mbele. So ni muhimu kama Wakenya tuanze kujifunza kwamba Kenya ni Kenya tu, wakati kila Mkenya anafurahia kuwa Mkenya. Wakati tunafanya Wakenya wengine wanalia, sisi tukifurahia, okay, hatuwezi kusonga mbele. We'll still be pulled back. So haya masuala ya maandamano, wewe unafikiria mchezo? Haya maandamano sio mchezo, yana haki yake ambayo yanatafuta. Hiyo haki kupatikana itakosi nini? Delay. Kama kulikuwa na plan yeyote ya Kenya Kwanza kufanya kazi, hakuna kazi watafanya. Kwa nini? Maandamano yatakuwa na wakileta force, that is called a catalyst. Wakijaribu kuyaacha yaende vile yanataka, pia yatakuwa na madhara yake. Kwa hivyo ni muhimu tukubali, okay? Ni muhimu tukubali, tusikue wajinga, And the West has an influence on leadership in Africa generally. We can't deny that. But that influence can be negative or positive. But how do we take it? Okay, like Kwame Nkrumah said, the freedom of Africa is only can only be the independence of Africa can only be independent when every African country has been set free. So he wasn't just thinking about Ghana, he was looking at the whole of Africa. He wants every African country should be free from colonial whatever rule. Now those are the kind of leadership we need, ambao waangalii tu hapa kama magovernors. Unaona mtu ni governor lakini anafikiria tu hiyo county yake. Hata hiyo county yake hawezi kuifanyia kazi kwa sababu anaona ako na opportunity ya kukula zile hela zinatumwa na central government. Badala develop county yanakula. So ni muhimu tuanze kufikiria tofauti, especially as young people. Make use of the lives of the elderly people around you. Raila Odinga is what? It's more than a library. His experience, his exposure, his capabilities are things that we can harness from him and add to us. So we don't have to go through what Raila Odinga went through to be Raila Odinga. We can just learn from what he's providing. Then we will be able to function the way he functions by learning directly from him. But kwa sababu tumewekwa kasumba ya kusema kwa sababu ni ODM na sisi ni UDA, we cannot learn anything from him. So we are wasting a resource here in the person of Raila Odinga simply because we have political differences. Na hii ndio inafanya wanafunzi wengi wanaanguka mtihani kwa sababu hawapendi mwalimu wa hesabu ama hawapendi mwalimu wa nini na nini. Katika hii nchi hakuna mtu ambaye si wa maana, hakuna mtu ambaye hana faida. Kila mtu ana faida na lazima tukubali hivyo na tuanze kujifunza. In the past, Politics was not enmity. Politics was crossing the floor and learning from whoever. Watu kama Shikuku, Olentimama, kulikuwa na mwingine anaitwa Oloitiptip, au watu wote, they were sharing notes, and when it came to challenging the government, they worked together as a unit because they want the country to move forward. Hii utoto tumeleta katika siasa, kuanza kutumia siasa kuwa a stumbling block other than a means for progressing the country, needs to be stopped. And so naomba tu wote mahala popote mlipo kujifunza kutoka kwa wale waliotutangulia. Hiyo ndio njia ya pekee ya kuepuka matatizo yaliyowakumba na kufanyika watu wa msaada kwa nchi yetu, kuliko vile yale kuliko wengine ambao hawataki kujifunza. So naomba nafikiria nimetarajia Julius simuoni, Makiadi hayupo, so na saa 9 imefika. Mimi naomba nafunga stesheni, so nitawapatia nafasi ya kupeana maoni yako, alafu tuanze kufungasha. Tutajadili mengi mazuri katika kipindi kingine. So I will give chance to public participation. Nianze na Christopher. You give your submission and your closing remarks. As we close the show, we'll pick it up later on in the day. I have another shooting early daybreak, so I can't stay until late. And we also seem not to have new people joining, and so we don't need to stay here unnecessarily. I believe we have done justice to the topic, and we have already sensitized Kenyans. Hiyo tarehe 7 Kamkunji, tarehe 12 sijui itakuwa Jakaranda. Mahala popote lazima tukomboe inji na tuhakikishe udikteta aurudi tena. Christopher.
Yes, yes, yeah, Bernard. Yeah, I think it is now 308. Not that we here we are just playing or we are, I don't know. It's a very important point for discussion that had come late. I would have loved to have come earlier so that I start from the beginning. But the way forward here is the I can say the messages. And then you can hear other people who talks what even, I don't know who put it in them, mostly like somebody said, men are wicked, I would say. It's like they became women and women are becoming men. So we need to really focus and then see the democracy in Africa as East Africa. I'm sorry, I don't stay in Kenya, I'm in northern Uganda, but I could listen worldwide. I want to know what is taking place. We compare with the old one, what the old say, what did they preach, the young one, what should be the way forward to the young. Most of these people are dictators. The whites, they just forget about them. If they can preach about separation, they can preach about that and making others to be low. But we need something done, and it's supposed to be by ourselves. Baba is an old, somebody say is a library, such that we cannot lose him. Others are saying he should march into the street. He should. Then what if the library is burned down? Who will give us tomorrow? So I'm very happy for this. I would wish next time to have a humble time, and maybe I could get earlier, the better, so that I give in as an outsider who has seen some point somewhere where you people are not touching. I had little contribution today. Thank you very much, Bernard, and everybody.
Okay, thank you, Christopher. All you need to do is subscribe to either you got in via YouTube or via Facebook. All you need to do is subscribe to Mtembei's channel and then put on the notification bell. That you will always get the notification when we come live. But the show is supposed to be every day from 9:30 or 10 o'clock in the night East African time. and it runs all through. Like if my assistants were here, the show will continue until daybreak. At times, it even goes up to 9 a.m.
I
So
will do so.
it's only that today the people to take over from me are not around. They are out of reach, and because I have another programming to do in daybreak, is when we have ended it earlier. But all in all, we are open. Let's learn everything. Probably about Raila in the street. Raila is secure in the street, and he needs to lead uh, by example. He cannot ask us to go on the street alone. He will be a frontliner, and it's nothing new. That's what he has done all his life, and I don't think anybody will do any harm to him. Only that it has not reached there. But if it
No,
gets
I've
there,
just said that.
you will
Yeah, I've
always
just
find
said
a
that.
way
No
out.
problem.
Yes. So maandamano lazima yafanywe na baba ataongoza kwa mbele, na hayuko peke yake. Baba ndio yuko na Wakenya wengi. He has the majority of Kenyans. He has the support of the majority of Kenyans, both old and young alike. And Kenya Kwanza is in for a surprise. Whatever they will see by how many people will come out in support of the justice cause that Baba wants to cause to happen. Your closing remarks, public participation?
Yes, thank you, Bernard. It's very sad to see some comments which are on the comment section. There are some people they really don't serve their country. They are not patriotic. Like it's a lady there called Kitty, who has become hata ako Kenya because I don't think she loves her country. The kind of comments she's talking about that the people who have money are asleep and using their money comfortably. They are not yapping at this second. So this younger generation, some of who by the majority of the ones who are supporting Tesla, they are confused. They are confused. They don't understand a lot of things. Na hawaelewi kwa nini we are on this station at the time talking like because we don't want our country to go back. We grew up at a time when we were in a real dictator mode, and we are trying to save our country, not to go back there because it was not a good life. It was a very hard life. I remember kuna kitabu ilikuwa ya Ouko. I think it was written by Jakaya Oyuki. So after Ouko was murdered, alafu Scotland Yard wakakuja. So I think he was arrested as one of the suspects or something to that effect. So he had written a book. So I remember when we were reading that book, tulikuwa tunakava hiyo kitabu na newspaper isionekane because we were always scared that kuna special branch wako all around us in the office and everywhere. We were always looking behind our back. Sasa hiyo kitabu ilikuwa unachukua 2 days usome, alafu hata ku change hands ni ile as if it's a gun or it's a bad thing, yani. That's the kind of environment you have come from. Imagine from that to this whereby you have freedom of speech. We can come here and speak our minds. We have come very far thanks to Baba and so many other people, Matiba, who fought for us. And they got named, and like Matiba became, he was completely incapacitated because he was like the most popular person. And see Baba also very, I was spoiled because of kind of torture that he was under. Na wengine wengi walikufa. So when you see us here, I don't think that for suppose we don't have something to do or anything. We are just patriotic and we don't have something to go back to the dark days where people are being held in dungeons in Nyayo House. We don't have something to go back there. And we know this guy is there now. He's a protege of Moi. And in fact, he's one. So we can't wait for him until things have already gone astray. Enough people have died. We've seen all the witnesses who are fighting against women. They are now no more. They are no witness. So he's capable of getting us back to that point where we are dealing with political matters, political prisoners, and those kinds of things. And will not allow us to go back there. Yeah, on the issue of food safety and food affordability is the role of government. So if a government cannot provide this to them, failing on a very basic level, so God knows how we are going to be able to circumvent this disastrous regime. But I'm sure with Baba on our side, we figure something out. Because we need to, we need to put an end to this. We can't continue like this. And this is only 3 months, and you can see the kind of a hell we are in. We cannot go on like this for 5 years. Either Hustler will have to leave, or he has to change his model of the land. Thank you so much. God bless.
Okay, thank you. Rhoda, your closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you so much for spending Saturday night together. Here is Monday. Yeah, I want to say every tribe, we are 46 tribe. We must appreciate the language we speak, and we love ourselves first. No matter the tribe you come from, you must love your tribe first, and you love yourself. Because when you love yourself, you have something to give. You cannot love other if you don't love yourself. Self-love is a law. If I don't love myself, I cannot love my neighbor because I don't have something to, every day I used to tell my neighbor, hey, hi, because I love myself. If I don't love myself, I don't have something to love my neighbor. Even that is the first commandment. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. Because when you love yourself, every time you see the goodness, and if what God has, goodness and greatness, you are positive. Like the way we don't know, like the way Ruto is welcome people from Western. We don't know what they are coming to do. Maybe he is selling. Maybe he is selling our property. Maybe he is selling Kenyatta family property. We don't know what he's coming to do because he doesn't love himself. Ruto doesn't love himself. If he really loves himself, you have to love your tribe. I remember there is one creep Ruto was praying before that the problem we have is only Wakikuyu. You have been threatening my tribe. Why have you threatened my tribe? You have not done anything. Me, before I was born, I have never seen any Kalenjin life in my eye. Nothing. This is a country I have met Kalenjin. I have never met. Even I didn't know you are Kalenjin, by the way. I didn't know. This is a country I have met Kalenjin. This country I'm living. The ambassador was Kalenjin. I didn't know. So it's really hard to me if you don't love yourself. Love yourself first. That is a fact. It's a law. Self-love is a law. You treat yourself. You love. Love is not about money. To appreciate yourself. The language you speak. You love the language you speak. When you love yourself, if you cannot entertain men. I used to tell even these Wazungu people, love yourself even if your skin is like this. Sometimes they don't love themselves because their skin. They want to be like us, black. I tell them you have to love yourself. Don't hate it because that is a God create your skin white. So why do you, I was talking today with one friend. He was telling me I cannot sell. If the government of this country, they sell my country, I'll be very angry. I tell the same like me. If the government, they sell our property, it doesn't matter it's which family or whatever, I'll be very angry. Nobody want anybody, their country to be sold. Only foolish or idiot people. Nobody, even people from Western, they cannot sell their country. Like me, I know the secrets of America. Like this country, like this European country, they used to have a deal with Arabic country. No. I remember like the king of Britain, he get a lot of billion of thousand in cartel. Billion, he was calling with the paper bag. And you don't know. You are telling them, come, West, and you are telling them, come, and you don't know who they are. They do deal with Arabic country, but don't know. So we must be very clever. We don't be let other people put you down because you're Africa. We must be wake up as Africa. We say we will not allow anybody put our down to say you see Wazungu like God. Even them, they are hypocrite. They do even corruption. They are thief. They are liars. Don't trust, even the Bible says, don't trust anybody. Trust God with all your heart, with all your soul. Thank you.
We are closing. Thank you, though. Thank you so much for that. And I always want to give everything the right perspective. It's important to love yourself. It's important to value yourself. But the scriptural understanding is the first and great commandment is that you love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your strength. Then you'll be able to love your neighbor as you love yourself. Now, when you follow that equation, the only love you have for your neighbor that is true, it begins by your unreserved love for God. Mtu akimpenda Mungu vizuri, hataona ugumu wa kumpenda jirani na hatakosa nguvu ya kujipenda. Lakini mtu akikosa kumpenda Mungu, okay, hata akujipenda itakuwa haiwezekani na kupenda jirani haitawezekana. Ndio Mungu akaweka hizo maneno kwa category, kwa priority. Number 1, love God. Number 2, love your neighbor. And number 3, love yourself. So you come number 3 in that equation. The moment it is vice versa, okay, you love yourself first, then you love your neighbor, then you love God. It gets all wrong. And that is one of the things that is messing up even our politicians. They love themselves too much to an extent that they don't think about their country, they don't think about the future, they don't think about God. And that is a very, very serious problem, especially in the Christian church, where we have elevated self above God. Jesus said, if you want to come after me, you deny yourself, carry your cross, and follow me. One of the greatest problems we are having in the world today is selfishness, self-centeredness, self-seeking. We don't have selflessness. Selflessness is what makes people great. Jesus, we are talking about him because of his selflessness. Alienda kwa msalaba kwa ajili ya watu ambao hawakuwa wamjali. He denied himself enough to die for them. And that is what makes you a great leader. A great president ni yule anajiweka mwisho alafu taifa mbele. Shida tunayo ni viongozi ambao wanajiweka hao mbele, taifa nyuma. Our parliamentarians, our governors and all that. Na hiyo ndio inadileisha inji kusonga mbele. But if we had people who accepted to work for nothing, like, can you imagine that our member of parliament in the 70s and in the 80s, mshahara yao ilikuwanga 25k, okay, 25k, wengine walikuwa wanafanyia 15k, but saa hii it's in millions. Okay, so it is not something that you went in for the service, you go in for the money, and because you have done the money, you sell your country. Kwa nini kina Chebukati na wao wanauza nchi yao? Kwa sababu of selfishness. We need selfless leaders who can lay down their lives for their country, lay down their lives for the future, that you can forego to eat. Well, kwa mfano, free education, okay? Kuna free education, there are some discoveries tulikuwa tunafanya, kuna ile shot tulikuwa tunafanya analysis. Tukagundua kwamba kuna mtu anaregister shule, anaregister fake school with fake students, and he keeps receiving check from the government as the government pays school fees for each child. So anasema he has 1,000 students who don't exist. He gets check every month. All of it ends in his stomach. Yani hii nchi mahali imefika ni Mungu tu aiokoe, kwa sababu I can't comprehend that mtu atafanya biashara na masomo ya watu, ya watoto, atafanya biashara na afya ya watu. Of all things, afadhali uibe pesa ya barabara, uibe pesa ya nyumba, that is understandable. Lakini ya masomo ya watoto, so selfishness is bad news. Let's cross from selfishness and become selfless. Tutafanya mambo makubwa na tutakumbukwa kwa historia. People suffer for the sake of others, not you suffer because of your self seeking, personal gain, personal comfort. Thank you. Mama Mary, you can close for us.
Yes, I'll take over from what you have said, selflessness. I'll say, let nobody feel offended of what I said about men. I want to clarify, and my clarification is like this. When you were elected by your people from your location, from your district, from your county, they gave you all the mandate to stand for them. And what happens when you go and then change your mind? You move from their side and go to the other side. What do you think those people feel? That is what I meant of men being bought to shift from the ideal idea to another somebody's idea. That gives you no stance. You don't stand for anything. That is what I meant. And I meant also about ethics. If you know that job, you know the ethics. So why do you have to offend your followers who have elected you? I did not mention about women. Even women, we have them. But I was trying to say the majority, it's men who we had been morally, we understand that men are to defend, men are to support, like support your family, defend any problem that is coming, use your initiative. That is my idea, what I was bringing up. Because it is very sad when you see that people are being, I was not able to believe in the initial time that people can be given money to shift from their idea to somebody else's idea. That one was no to me. But now I came to find it's a reality. So that is what my feeling was when I commented about that. About selflessness, it's a very good thing when you are living with other people, whether any tribe, whoever you are living with. Selflessness brings peace because they understand you as you are. They understand you, you stand on your grounds in the proper way, and you care about the other person. That is selflessness. You go through pain because of other people. Those are the politicians we expect in Kenya. And it's not in Kenya, everywhere, because other places in Western, that is what they do. They are selflessness because they are really being watched, and it is not easy to do those wrong things. But in Africa, there is no selflessness because they are greedy. That's all I can say. And I believe people can see that, and they have realized that. For tonight, I'll tell Kenyans, let's pray and ask God for peace in our country, and that we can unite ourselves and have a great country that with no problem, with no violence, with no misunderstanding, just because of the few people in the office. They can go and we remain. Thank you, Bernard. And I appreciate you so much for the good work you do. Have a good night.
Okay, thank you, Mama Mary. We appreciate that. And let's just get everybody in proper perspective. Margaret is asking where is Akina Alex, Richie. Richie said is out. I think he traveled or something, so he couldn't take over the show. Julia nimemtafuta simuoni, and so that's why we've decided to end the show mapema, but we'll be in this later on in the day. I just want us to remain true. There is this politician who was a minister, I think an assistant minister, during Kenyatta's time in the 70s. And when J.M. Kariuki was assassinated, he was vocal in castigating the government and asking questions why and how come the government cannot come out clear on what happened to J.M. Kariuki. And then it is said that Jomo Kenyatta threatened him and say if he continues talking that way, they will withdraw him being an assistant minister. Watamnyang'anya bendera, na akajibu akasema bendera sio blanketi, ikichukuliwa nitakosa usingizi. Now that's the kind of people we need in leadership, who don't put prestige and status in the side of people as a number one priority, but serving the people, getting the right thing for the people. This must be preached and needs to be embraced, and every person must buy into the same for us to help recover this country. So as we warm up to go and protest against the evil and the injustice that Kenya Kwanza wants to cause in this country, let's understand that hatuendi kwa street kwa sababu ya Raila ama kwa sababu ya handshake. Tunataka haki, tunataka ukweli, na tunataka nchi ambayo ni huru kwa sababu inafuata sheria, sio nchi ambayo inatumia sheria kuhujumu wengine, gandamiza wengine na kufaidisha wachache. Wachache ambao ni waovu katikati yetu lazima tuwashughulikie na sheria ichukue mkondo wake, ili tutengeneze nchi ambayo itahifadhi kila mmoja. And remember, justice be our shield and defender. Then we will dwell in unity, peace, and liberty. The only way we'll have unity, peace, and liberty is when justice is our shield and defender. So let's emphasize we must get justice for the commissioners, justice for every other person. If we don't get justice, there will be no unity, there will be no peace, there will be no liberty. Tuache kujidanganya. So kama mnataka amani, lazima justice be made our shield and defender. Kila mtu apate haki yake, sio vituko za kuanza kusema tushapata, ni sisi tulishinda, ni sisi tulipewa. How did you win? The process is as good as the outcome. All the same, thank you very much, Kenyans. Let's keep sharing and let's keep talking. I pray that you will keep safe and remain focused. Be vigilant. Whatever you can do to help our country, please don't hesitate. You can write a blog, you can send a tweet, you can help. Don't just wait. Begin right now. This campaign requires everybody on deck. It will not take a few, it will take everybody. So don't waste the opportunity you have. You can share in a comment, you can do a video, you can send a message, you can forward information. Please, let's all hold hands together and make this country great. by returning it to the rule of law, not to the dictatorship that Kenya Kwanza wants to cause and happen. God bless you. Let's do this again some other time. Have a great one.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, everyone. Good night.
Bye. 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 Please. Bye. Good night.